You know what I like about Chimmaney? He's really punctual. I really like his punctuality. Also, the page refreshed. Might have missed that. I might have been so punctual that like you didn't even. I was talking before it even started. Let me check and at the same time check audio quality. Yeah, I can multitask. I really. You know what I like about Chimney? Okay, good. The long silence I did on purpose worked. 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Yeah, dude, I'm a punctual guy. What can I say? Never denied it. Um, welcome. This is going to be an interesting stream. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also somewhat. He should be fired for this. Excuse me. Okay, that's it then. I'm deleting the channel. See you guys later. That was the stream. Damn. If only I'd stalled a bit longer. Well, I hope you enjoyed. Since I'll never be able to finish the Pokemon series now since I'm deleting the channel, I'll just tell you what would have happened in it. I'll tell you the rest of the story. So it all starts. We're really. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I'll just show you a couple of demonstrations. So the end of the Pokemon series. It all starts when N takes off his hat. There you go. I don't know, as is custom, meaning it's happened once before and now it's happening a second time. I'm doing a live stream while working on a Pokemon video. Here's just like some sprite stuff I've been doing. I'm quite happy with how it turned out. Oh, it looks a little weird because the mouth is not here on this one, but here you go. Look at this. Now he's in like a, you see? There's like a, yeah. Anyway, I hope I got my job back. I hope I, like, revealing those images is like, you know what, we can't let this guy go. The company needs him. Though, actually, I'll show you these other things. These might get me fired again. Because you're gonna see, like, not the final versions at the end. Like, these are still in progress. But here's them so far. Little woolly mammoth. Little saber-toothed tiger. Not bad. So, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, this is going to be an interesting, fun stream. As you may have realized by now, we're going to be ranking Chimney characters. We're going to be doing like tier lists with Chimney characters. I got this ready. I made my own one. I know normally it's all vertical and like horizontal space. I feel like this is just better for my purposes in terms of like filling this up. I don't know. I feel like when it's all just at the side and sideways, it fills out weird. Also, this, I don't know, this is just so I can like change what this text says. I can change what the A says. So I made my own version. However, you should know, there is a chance I am lying to you. Because I made a community post before this stream where I was like, oh, hey, you know, it's going to be, like, which character can, like, run the fastest? You know, is Bianca Berry smarter than Oddbottler? We might not get to those this stream. This took a lot of preparation because every single character, I need a way to represent them in the image, right? In the tier list. I'm not just going to have, like, the text of their name. That's terrible to look at. So I needed to make an image for, like, every single character in a Chimney video ever. To a degree. That, you know, obviously, there are some I skipped, you know, people who only show up, like, for, like, one conversation and they don't even have a name. Characters, it's not every character with a speaking role in a Chimmaney video, because a lot of people, like, the flower seller Buckwheat Grayson talks to in the Birthday Massacre isn't here, because she wasn't, like, a real character. All the same, there are 148 of these. And for most of the categories I told you, so, like, there's definitely going to be a second stream, no doubt. No doubt in my mind there's going to be a second stream. The thing is, this first tier list, we're starting out, who has the best name is the first tier list. This might be the entire stream. When it comes to, like, who's the smartest, who's the fastest, who would win in a fight, that might have to be a separate stream, and this is just who has the best name. Because when it comes to who's the smartest, we don't need to do all 148 characters, you know? We can do, like, okay, well, who are the runners-up, right? Who are the candidates for smartest Chimney character? It's like Bianca Berry, Buckwheat Grayson, Odd Bottler, Sally Grimm, the roboticist, the other engineer, right? Like, we can narrow the field down to, like, 6 to 15 people. When it comes to who has the best name, we need to do all of them. Magic, do your home... Magic Almighty did not make the cut. Yeah, that's what you might think. Well, he didn't make the cut for smartest character, I'll tell you that much. He did... Everyone made the cut for... Where is it? Here. For name. This is his face. The only screenshot... the only image of his face in-game... Sorry, the only image of his face in that video has the text, like me. And I was like, I could go to the raw files of that video really easily and get one that's just his face. But I think it's kind of funny that this one just has a like across it. Anyway. So this might just, like, be kind of the warm-up tier list where the whole stream is this one tier list. I might just be lying to you about the other categories. They'll happen, but they might not happen this stream. Because the other thing is, I want to actually talk about it, you know? I don't want to just say, oh, Bianca Berry, B tier, Aiden Chance, A tier, Magic Almighty, S tier. Like, no, we're gonna go into it, right? Because this is kind of just a vehicle, a mechanism for me to talk more about things to do with the videos and the characters that I never really get to talk about. You're going to hear a lot of, like, Chimney tidbits. You're going to get a lot of lore, a lot of backstory, a lot of behind-the-curtains information, and a lot of things that isn't behind the curtains, but it's in the videos, and you maybe missed it, or you definitely missed it, because it's way too hidden. You're gonna get a lot of talking. I'm not just going to, like, character shows up, I say their name, and I put them in a place. And because of that, and because there are 148 here... Might be a while. I mean, if I spent 2 minutes per character, that's like more than 4 hours. I'm not going to spend 2 minutes per character, maybe on average. But, like, there are a lot of characters I don't need to tell you much about. You know, like Hopscotch from Darkest Dungeon, who cares? But then there are other characters that maybe I'll talk about them for like 6 minutes before we rank them. So this is definitely the big one. And I also, like... I've had this idea for a long time to do something like this with characters. And it's funny. So that I wouldn't miss any, I made a little list of all the characters. And I kept adding to it. And I realized... The longer I wait before I do this stream... The more names there's gonna be. So... this is definitely the one we're doing first. I will also say, maybe this is something we come back to in like a year or two. To add all of the new characters onto the tier list, right? Like, all the new characters I make over the next year or two. Anything else I wanted to talk about before I respond to chat and we start this? Oh yeah, also it's just like some of the videos I have planned right now. And that's the other thing is I'm always working on a video, you know? So it's always going to be like, oh, well, I'll do the tier lists after I make this one, right? Because I want this character to be in the running for the best fighter, right? Who's the best at fighting? Oh, well, there's someone who's really good at fighting in the video I'm working on, so I'll wait. But I'm always going to be waiting. So I think it is good to do these tier lists, and then maybe we come back in like a year or two to add everyone we missed. Though there are some videos I'm working on right now that I think, for smartest character and best fighter, maybe it'll be good to do the second live stream after those videos have come out. I don't know how long this is going to take. This could be... Can you see my message? You can. This could be like 70 minutes, and then, okay, we'll do a second category. Or this might be like, oh my god, because I got a lot of things I can tell you about videos. Yeah, the whole stream is really just like fun, but it's also just half an excuse to go into more detail about things you had no opportunity to know. I believe that was everything. Yeah. There was something else I was considering talking about at the start of this live stream, but I woke up a couple hours early and I was thinking about it, and then I decided to just spend like an hour writing a full script for a Chimmaney talking video about it. And now I've done that, and so you're gonna get a full Chimmaney talking video about this instead of just me mentioning it in the stream intro. Oh, there is one more thing. Oh, fine. Good thing I checked. We need to add this to the checkoff list. 25 streams in 2025. Boom! There we go. We got 2. Alright. What did Aiden gamble all the money on? You will just have to find out and in the series, and you also might not find out. I know what it is. I would like for it to come up, but it's not actually like plot crucial that it comes up. But it might come up. If the series ends and I haven't said what it is, ask me again and I'll tell you. But while I'm like thinking, hey, if I get an opportunity to say this, then I'll say it in the series, then I'm not going to say it. Which is actually the case for quite a lot of things. Because, some things, obviously I'd like... Well, this is a whole thing I could get into. But, there are some things where I'm like, hey, look... a good example is actually a joke from the Batman video, Batman Isolated Crime Fighter, which I haven't even talked about on stream since it happened. Last stream was after it, and I didn't even talk about it. I like that video a lot. There's some jokes I had written for it for Dr. Justice, but there was just no place to put them in, and I could force them in, but I don't want to make the dialogue long-winded and have it say everything. Same sort of thing with the Pokemon series. I could just have them talk about what Aiden gambled on in any conversation I could have it in, but I don't want to be like, oh, hey, we're stuck here for 6 minutes exposition dumping, So, if I can make it happen naturally, it'll happen. If I can't, I'll tell you later. At the start, we are going to be going through videos in the order they released, which means we start with Monster Hunter. My first, well, actually, the Darkest Dungeon series was started before this, but this is my first, proper Chimmaney video, And, we're only going in order at the start, and that's because I was thinking about it. There's some stuff that happened at the start, and, lessons I learned from naming early characters that had an effect on later characters. Monster Hunter, this character... the main character of Monster Hunter, he did not have a name, actually, which is where the starting point is. That's why we're here. His name, he is only referred... If you haven't seen Monster Hunter, the whole thing is this. There's a Monster Hunter named Liam, This is his twin brother, and they did like the Garfield 2 thing where for a weekend they swap jobs and they take each other's lives. And so now this guy who's a carpenter has to go be a monster hunter like his twin brother Liam. His name is never revealed. It's just he's Liam's brother. And it's actually funny because in the video, you can actually see in the gameplay parts, the character's name in the top left is Liam in quotation marks. Because I knew that was going to be what the video was about then. So, I don't know if he gets points for, like, the joke of only being referred to as Liam's brother, because, like, a theme from it, from the video, is that he's, like, kind of second fiddle, and, you know, his brother's way cooler than him. But also he doesn't have a name. And so probably lower points for that. You say D? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe like C, D, or E. E doesn't have a name. C, being only known as Liam's brother, is thematic and cool. D, bit of both. I might go D because it is in between, and I think that's a safe bet. It's hard with the first one, because the first one sets the precedent, you know? Because if I put him in C now, I'm trying to think, like, what other characters would I put in C? I guess I might put him in C for now. We might move him down later. What we might start out with as just like a rough outline is E means no name, D means normal name. Maybe he goes there. Because, you know, I have some characters where it's just like, hi, my name's Martin, you know? And that's, like, Martin, you know, it's a fine name. Any Martins out there? I got no beef with you. But, yeah, okay, we'll start him in D. We'll start him in D. C's for beta carrot. There's a beta frog and a variable carrot. Same video, Monster Hunter. This character doesn't have a name. In my internal notes, I just referred to her as Handler, because that's what she's in the game. She also doesn't have a name. And, like, she doesn't have a joke about it, so she's going to E tier. By the way, when I'm shrinking these, they're going to be different sizes. I hope that's not a problem for anyone. It's just the nature of the game. Look, I'm trying to make it the same. I'm imagining as we fill this up with 148 people, we're going to be shrinking we're going to be shrinking them. But I'll do that when there's like a big group to group select and shrink together, you know. Next video, this is my second video that was like a Chimmaney video. I'm Mortal Redneck. This is the main character. He also actually didn't have a name. He's only referred to as the deserving soul, because he got like snatched up on his way to the afterlife, and the Egyptian gods, you know, are using him for a test thing. And it was funny, actually, after making I'm Mortal Redneck, I realized, like, oh, hey, both of my main characters don't actually have a name. I wonder if that's something I'll carry on doing, right? I wonder if that's something I'll do on purpose, where it's just none of my main characters have a name. And then I think, like, my very next video, the main character had a name. Was my next video Buckwheat Grayson? Yes, it was. Right? My next Chimmaney video. You know, there were Darkest Dungeon videos between. Yeah, next one was Buckwheat Grayson. So immediately out the window. I mean, like, how often does that guy say, my name is Buckwheat Grayson? You know his name. Anyway, I have since gone back because I have ideas I won't super duper get into because you'll see him later. This guy has a name now. It's not in the video. Because again, in the video, and then I was thinking, like, maybe I'll just never name main characters. But I went back and I named him Desmond Irving. Like, hold on, like this. I like this name. First of all, I like that Desmond, I feel like, is a pretty good redneck name. You know, I imagine there are a lot of Desmonds that aren't rednecks, but I think there'd be quite a few that are. And second, in video he's referred to as deserving soul. Desmond Irving, Des Irving, you know. It's alright. Probably, I think that's B tier. Though the fact that it's not in the video might make it C tier. We'll go B tier. Because I think Desmond Irving fits him, and it's funny because deserving. And, you know, hey, Des Irving. I've explained it already. I'm explaining it twice. One for each ear. We'll put it B tier. Goes to America is still a hood classic. I love Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America. That's one of my favorite videos I've ever made. This is Seth, also from I'm Mortal Redneck. Seth is just one of the Egyptian gods. They have a bit of a disagreement and breakup. Seth is an actual Egyptian god, and this image's name in-game, I think it gets low points for that, because I didn't name him. You know, like, I didn't make that name. Probably D or E. And again, early on in a tier list like this, we got to set the standards. If I don't name a character, what does that mean for the character? You think C? I don't think C, because that's just like the guy's name, you know? I'll put him in D. Because it's not, like, bad. I think if it was bad, if it didn't fit, it would be E. If it was like, oh man, I should have named that character something else. But when it's, like, it you know, it fits. It's just not original. Antamut. He's got a name and that's about Seth. He's got a name and that's about it. You saw a kid named Seth, you'd bully him only slightly. I think Seth would normally be the bully, right? Isn't Seth kind of like a tough guy name? I feel like Seth would bully you, actually. Watch out. In D, they got no name. They can be multiple things. It can be like no name and no name that I made for them. Antamut, spelled like this. This is the Egyptian god of door hinges. I like Antamut. There's a lot, you know, it's also, like, the god of door hinges was a joke I made for a while, because I had a friend group, and they would all talk about, like, what they would be the gods of. If I don't know, they were weird. They were a little egotistical, perhaps. And I would say I'd be the god of door hinges, just because I was like, I don't know, I don't want to say, oh, I'd be the god of war. I'd be the god of, like, steel. No, I'd be something with, like, a really small base, but all of my, like, worshippers would be, like, we'd be chill, you know? I'd show up to my worshippers and be like, hey, what's up? I'm the god of door hinges. Still making door hinges? Yeah, good job, mate. Hey, yeah. Have something on the house from me, and I'd throw them, like, a couple dollars so they can buy fish and chips. Seth MacFarlane's literally the Family Guy did? True. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Antamut, C or B? Sounds cool, but too silly for B. Well, I'm thinking maybe C, because the thing about Antamut, and I realized this as I was making the video, but I was just kind of like, I don't really care. There's no joke of the name. Antamut is like, it sounds like it could be an Egyptian god name in ancient Egypt. Like, it uses the same kind of sounds as, like, like, Sekhmet. Or, you know, I'd drawn a blank on ones that actually share an, ta, or mut in their name, but I know they exist. But it's, you know, if I had made it sound like something, I think it would get points for that. If it was, like, using the sounds common to Egyptian gods' names and also it's like a pun. It sounds a little like door or hinge or something. It would get points for that. But as it is, it's just sounds like Egyptian god name. You would be the goddess of being bad at playing instruments, but still being smug about playing them all. I think that's Dionysus. Pokemon! Whoa, we're breaking the mold here from the order. I guess we're finished going through my videos in the order they came out. Do I want to do this later, or do I want to do this now? We can do this now. Yeah, we'll do this now. This is quite a big one. The other ones we've done like 2 or 3 from. This is larger. We start with Aiden Chance. Soviet girl in chat, you've been saying Aiden Chance S tier. I'm not sure about that. I think he's good. I think maybe A tier for name. I will also say, Aiden Chance. Hold on, let me go back here. Aiden Chance, Bianca Berry, Sharon Alexi, right? Aiden Chance. So let me explain. So I made up the Berry part of Bianca Berry and the Alexi part of Sharon Alexi. In game, it's just Sharon and Bianca. And then obviously you make your own character's name. My basic thinking with it is, yeah. So it's at the starting point was actually I'll do it all in one text. The starting point was this, and I thought, well, if I have like Aiden, then it's ABC, and then if I have like this, I can do CBA the other way, right? Okay, it's not going to line up perfectly. Live with it. So that's okay. There's no like good color to pick here to make it really readable. Whatever. Okay, just look at it. Just focus on it. And like there you go. Now you can read it when it's like this. So that's why. That's like where these names kind of came from. I wanted to give Bianca a last name that ended in B, Sharon one that ended in A, and then I came Aiden and gave him Chance. I also do like it because it's like Aiden Chance. Soviet girl, you're saying it sounds like ain't no chance. I think for me, what it is it's like aiding chance, you know, like increasing your odds of success, right? Which is funny, you know, because it has a gambling problem, but also because it's like hopefully like a good luck charm for the game, you know, in the same way that Eva is named Eva because she's gonna live forever, and I'm like trying to will it into existence. So I think it's a good name. You know, it has the AC thing going for it, so it's ABC and CBA with the main trio of friend group, and it sounds like aiding chance. A or B? See, the thing is, there are some names I really like of characters, and this is a good name, but I'm not like jumping out of my chair for it. It's either like a really high B or it's an A. Okay, well, if Desmond Irving as the B standard, this is going to go A. It might move down to B. If this moves down to B, Desmond Irving's moving to C. Because this should be a category above Desmond Irving. Hey, Sophie, yeah, please, put him in A. I love Aiden Chance. Okay, he's there, dude. Don't fire me, please. Next up. I have no idea who this is. I don't actually know. I didn't put this in here on purpose. I'm trying to remember. Has this character appeared in a video? I don't remember. I did all this, like, I slept after making all these images, so I don't know. Maybe I was, like, tired or something. I don't know. Okay, well, after that, Bianca Berry. Bianca Berry, I like Bianca Berry. Similar sort of thing as Aiden. I didn't come up with Bianca. You know, that's her name in game. But I feel like Berry is a really good last name and it like suits her. You know, it's also Bianca Berry is fun to say. Probably low A tier. Right now, there's no such thing as a low A tier, but later on, low A tier. Aiden is your goat and your fiction kin and your crush, and also owes you $50,000. He will not be able to pay it. I'm just letting you know right now, that $50,000 good as gone. Get rid of it. Consider it like vanished. You're never seeing that $50,000. I just got a notification. Someone I like watching started live streaming. It's not me. That wasn't an ironic ha ha ha. That was I'm gonna have a fun VOD to watch later. You think Bianca and Sharon on C? Maybe later. We're gonna see again. We kind of need to like. I feel like once there's like 30 characters in here, we'll have a kind of picture of what belongs where. Right now, it's hard to know what's happening here. Oh, you think Bianca on B and Sharon on C? Well, Sharon Alexei is next. Again, Sharon just from game. Alexei, I wanted a last name that started with A. And Alexei was weirdly the only one I could think of, I remember like being, why can I only think of Alexei right now? And then a few seconds later I came up with others. But that's like the lore behind that, is I was like, alright, what last name starts with A? Alexei? I think it suits him. I think probably B tier. Above Desmond Irving, but I don't think Sharon Alexei gets A tier for the name. There we go. N. This is going to be a hard one for me to rank. Because do I go based on what I know or what has been shown in public videos that have already been released? Because obviously I know more than what has been released. You know, like for like Monster Hunter, that was the video, right? And I may have future plans for things, but like you saw the video, right? And like with a series like Pokemon, I have extensive plans that you probably won't see for like another year. Oh, it's Aiden again? I should have done that joke. Damn it. That should have been me. I should have made that joke. And Aiden. This is right after he came out the break room, but it's also with the hat Aiden gave him months later. Continuity error. What? Continuity error. Yeah. So what is in the published videos? Obviously his name's N in the original game. I do kind of work with it, you know, like there are jokes about his name being N. There's character dialogue, there's character growth about his name being N. But also, like, there's not much more to it, and it's just his name from the game. I might put him C tier. For name. I keep saying for name so no one thinks I'm ranking the character like C tier or B tier or D tier. This is who has the best name tier list. There is, like, things I intend to do regarding his name. They're not necessarily... Some of them you could argue are plot crucial. But that's not really something I'm going to do with his name. That's just something that is going to be explained about his name. I have things in mind I'd like to do about his name and do with his name. But they're kind of in the same category I was talking about before as, like, how Aiden lost the money, what he was gambling on. I'd like to talk about them if there's an opportunity. But if there's not, I'm not going to worry about forcing it to be an opportunity, you know? But you might see that later in the series. Getsus Dangerfield. In-game, just Getsus. I name him Getsus Dangerfield because his first appearance in the actual game, he's giving like an evil bad guy speech, because in the actual game, he's an evil bad guy. And when I was making episode 1, I was like, what can I do with this? He's standing on a stage in front of an audience. I don't know, I'll make him like a stand-up comedian. And then I gave him... all his jokes are kind of one-liner jokes. In the rough style of the late, great Rodney Dangerfield. And so that's why his name's Getsus Dangerfield. Like Rodney Dangerfield, you can't touch him. Writing a joke in the style that Rodney Dangerfield wrote jokes in, I don't know if you guys know about him, he's kind of, he's an older comedian. Writing jokes in his style is like almost impossible. At least for me, I don't know, maybe it's just a different type of style than the type I write. But it's like, I feel like I wrote some good ones with Getsus, but Rodney Dangerfield's best jokes I would not even be able to, like, touch. I think I could make other jokes that are, in my opinion, as funny, not in the one-liner style, though. He was an absolute master of the one-liner style. He was incredible. Jerry Seinfeld, ... I thought his name was a Seinfeld reference. Nope. Dangerfield. I also personally just like that as a chat message. I think that might be one of my top live stream chat messages I've received. I don't know, I really do like that. I'm not joking. I'm actually really a fan of that. Where it's like reminiscing. Anyway, so he gets points for that. Probably still like C tier. Rodney Dangerfield was a very good comedian, and having like a little homage to him is cool, but it's not like the name itself isn't anything crazy. Yeah, I think low C tier, like he'll probably end up around here. I'm not sure what you mean by they are puns, by the way. I saw that when it came in, I tried to mentally crack it. Not clear. Rodney Dangerfield, if you don't know, it wasn't puns. I think so. Some of the jokes I've done as Getsus were puns. Like pun one-liners. Rodney Dangerfield's jokes weren't all puns. They were like... I don't know, it's hard to explain without just like reading one of his jokes out. If anyone has time and they're interested, just look up on YouTube like Rodney Dangerfield clips or something. You'll probably find like a good montage. Not all of them have aged super well because it was kind of, I think it was like the 70s. But the ones that have are like really, really good. He was an absolute master. Bam! And later Boozle. And I think when we're talking about a tier list of character names, you need to take Bam and Boozle as the two-part partnership that they are. You can't just talk about Bam on its own and Boozle on its own. It's Bam and Boozle. Or should I say Boozle and Bam? I'm Bam, I'm Boozle, and together we're Boozle and Bam. And together we're Boozle and Bam. Don't forget. Yeah, they're good. Probably low B tier. I think Bam really fits the character. I think Bam really fits the voice. Oh, I'm Bam. Hi, I'm Bam. Like, that's a really good Bam voice, right? But it's nothing crazy. And there's not like a secret hidden joke to it. I mean, there's the Bamboozle thing. And then the fact that they introduce themselves as Boozle and Bam rather than Bamboozle. But nothing crazy to it. Boozle, I really like as a name. I think it's higher than... I think it's still B tier, but it might be higher than Sharon. It might be the top of B tier right now. I think Boozle... Because the other thing is, I feel like Bam... You could get to the name Bam without Boozle, right? You could have like a caveman character named Bam, There probably are. There are probably like 15 caveman characters across media named Bam. Boozle is like... You never seen a character named Boozle before, right? And I also feel like... I don't know if this is just me and like weird color association. I feel like Boozle has to have purple hair. Boozle can't be like... You can't be named Boozle and be like blonde. Actually, no, you could. You could. No, sorry, I'm lying. I'm thinking about it. You could have a bunch of different hair colors as Boozle. I was originally going to say you can't be named Boozle and have brown hair. And then I was like, actually, no, you can. And then I said blonde. And then you can do that too. Whatever. The purple hair suits her. And the name Boozle is cool. And it gets points for like... No character is named Boozle. You know, there are probably characters named Bam. Not going to be any named Boozle. Clay. This is just his name in the game. Loses points for that. I'd say low D tier. Or E tier. Low D tier, high E tier. I might put him low D tier for now. I'm also realizing putting 148 things here, or I guess 147 since I have no idea who this character is. I don't know, it might fall apart a bit visually, but again, I am going to shrink these later. But there might be no such thing as like high C tier, low C tier, for example. It might just have to be, hey, they're in C tier, and when we were talking about them, you know if they're high or low. But like what I might end up doing is like, okay, the top row of B tier is full up. Now I put him down here, and this fills up, and like the active row is this size, and then this is just like the all full of stuff row. And then like there's no within tier ranking. There's just like the tiers, maybe. We'll see. Dr. Berg, in-game just Berg. Points above Clay for having Doctor added, but not many points above Clay. Sure. This guy does not have a name in the series. He's not been referred to as a name. In my notes, I call him Hat Guy. So we're going to rank him as Hat Guy. That's who he is. Hat Guy. I don't know, high D tier. I think under Liam's twin brother. I like that character a lot too. He's definitely, like, I'm gonna be honest, he's getting by on me liking his character and liking his role in the series. If he was just like if I didn't like him so much, I would not be giving him as much special privileges and ranking him as Hat Guy. I'd be ranking him as unnamed, and he'd be like somewhere here. Bell Coat. Professor Juniper, this is her actual name as well, so she does lose points for that. Not as many as some people. But still a few. Hold on, now I need it. There we go. Probably just D tier, and it like doesn't super matter where. I'm gonna start lowering some of these people. I'm not gonna do the whole all 5 at once, because I think that way we can keep some semblance of higher tier D. Actually, wait, no, what am I doing? Right now I can just keep them all same size, and then I'll only shrink them when both rows fill up. Probably Probably like... Well, no, her name's just Professor Juniper. Yeah, probably like there. That's fine. This could go either way between Seth and Professor Juniper. Now we're going to get to the Pokemon of Pokemon. I did not put every Pokemon here because there were quite a lot of those. Like Pokemon I've caught and named. But I put the ones that are either the most relevant to the series or most relevant to the best name tier list. And we start with Chuppapup. Let me elaborate for some people. I don't know, because have I explained this before? I think I explained it in like the 2024 New Year's live stream, like 14 months ago. I'm not going to count on people remembering that. Let me break it down for you. Chuppapup, which is this fella, is a Pokemon named Lillipup. Lillipup looks like Lollipop. Hold on. Again, we're running into difficulties. Okay, just stare at it. See? It says the word lollipop. Now you can read it when I do that. I don't know. Like, how about like bright red? That'll do. Lillipup looks like lollipop. And in Australia, the most prevalent lollipop brand is Chupa Chups. So, Chuppapup is a Chupa Chup, Lillipup, Lollipop, Chupa Chup, Chuppapup. You get points for those in this stream. That's an A tier. That's top of A tier right now, actually. Sorry to throw out your, did you call him a fiction king? Fiction kin? Sorry to lower your fiction kin. So there you go. Eva is going to live forever. And it's also just like, Eva is a good name. Like on its own, you know, like if I met a human named Eva, I'd be like, nice. Someone made a good choice at some point. High B tier. Above Sharon. Below Boozle. Yeah. Greed. So named because I wanted a purple cat after N had one. And so that I got one because I was like, I wanted one. Also, name being Greed is like a large part of the origin of Team Sin being named Team Sin. Might get extra points for that. I think just like above Eva, I would say. We're going through these Pokemon quickly and without tons of explanation because they don't super need it. When we got 4 more Pokemon and then we're going to get to the big guns. Who the hell is that? Does anyone know who this character is? I thought I clicked this. This is supposed to be the Buckwheat Grayson characters folder. I don't know who this is. That's Buckwheat Grayson. I don't know. We'll come back to that, I guess. I might just not be remembering right now. Lucy, with an I, is this Pokemon. Obviously on Team Sin, named after Lucifer. She's a fire type. She does big damage. She kills a lot of things. Right behind Boozle, I would say. Tepig is just called Tepig. However, gets a couple bonus points because I continue calling him Tepig even after he evolved into, I believe this is an Embor. And like Bianca and Aiden continue calling him Tepig. And in some of my like comment sections, people are like, why are you calling him Tepig? This isn't a Tepig. And that makes me like laugh a little. And that's just a result of, you know, early on, I was like, should I name Tepig and Snivy something the same way I named Oshawott Eva? And then I was like, I don't know, that might be confusing. I don't want it to be too many names for the viewers to keep track of. You know, if I was like, where's Steven? And it's like, oh, who's Steven? Oh, that's one of the Pokemon that the other character has? Okay. If I could go back, I might change it. I don't think it's a huge deal that they're named Tepig and Snivy. But also now that's their names. Like, this is, you know, his name is Tepig. So when he's no longer a Tepig, he's still Tepig. And he gets some points for, like, confusing people. Or as he would say, and as I believe Soviet Girl put it so eloquently in chat, Tepig. Yeah. Above Dr. Berg, who is just Berg with Doctor in front of it, because this is Tepig even when no longer Tepig, and you get points for that. The Sludge. Yeah, not sure what I was thinking when I named the Sludge the Sludge. It's kind of fun to say, you know. Well, watch out for the Sludge. Oh, look out. I'm Sharon. I'm in a battle with Aiden. Oh, one of my Pokemon fainted, and now Aiden's gonna send out the Sludge, right? The text box at the bottom. Aiden is sending out the Sludge. Would you like to change your Pokemon? I don't know, like Beta. Above Lucy? I think below Lucy. Above Greed? Above Greed. Below Lucy. Von Scott. I really like Von Scott as a name. I also like... Also, it kind of came from nowhere. I don't know, some of these names... And you're going to see later, like some of them are jokes. Some of them I can explain my thought process behind them. Von Scott. Like, I've never met anyone named Von Scott. I've never seen a fictional character with the last name Von Scott. It's a good name. It sounds good. Suits just like the way the Pokemon looks. And also like kind of human shaped. I'd say like nose lower than Boozle. Higher than Lucy, which is interesting. In my opinion, it's higher than Lucy. Lucy has like a theme of, you know, Lucifer and Team Sin and fire Pokemon. Von Scott only has, it suits the Pokemon, and I like the way it sounds. But for some reason, I feel like Von Scott is above Lucy. Interesting. Let's deal with this. Who the hell... Does anyone remember this character? It's from a Buckwheat Grayson video, because he's in the folder, unless I misplaced him. I'm drawing a blank. I don't know. If anyone remembers who this is, just shout it out in like the live stream chat. But yeah, I don't remember. Buckwheat Grayson. Buckwheat Grayson... Wait, I remember now. Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay, sorry. This is not Buckwheat Grayson from the intro to Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America. That's right. Hold on. It's, right? Let me see if I'm remembering this right. I did this weird thing this video where I started out with a completely different character doing his own side plot. And then he, like, doesn't come up again for the rest of the video.
That is.
You... Really?
Mustache and hat.
Hello. Name?
Not Buckwheat Grayson.
Right.
I don't know who that is.
You... Really? Yeah, okay. Not Buckwheat Grayson. That's like a B tier. Yeah, not Buckwheat Grayson. Not a bad name. Buckwheat Grayson. Buckwheat Grayson, I've talked about this before, but So, by the way, anytime I've talked about something before on a live stream and I'm talking about it again, I always just like to clarify I've talked about it before, in case anyone is like me and like remembers everything. And wait, also, whoa. Sophia, when in chat did you say wife, wife, wife? I didn't see that at all. Which character was wife, wife, wife in all caps? Professor Juniper? I just like moved a folder I have on my other monitor and revealed the triple wife message. I've talked about this before. Anytime I've talked about something on a live stream before, I like to mention it. And I think that's just because, in case anyone's watched all my streams or VODs and is like me and remembers everything, I want to be like, hey, look, I promise I don't just like repeat myself over and over again. So there's the clarification. I have talked about this before. Buckwheat Grayson. Can I make this like default to smaller? Well, I don't know why it's defaulting to so large. I made this name as like a kind of mirror to Sherlock Holmes, where it's like a weird ass first name. You've never met anyone with that first name before, and then just like an ordinary last name. And that was what I wanted the name to be. I like sat down to come up with a bunch of candidates. Buckwheat Grayson was the first idea I came up with. I was like, I really like that. That's good. And then I took a bit of time to like write some other ideas, and I was just like, I like Buckwheat Grayson too much. Like, hi, my name's Buckwheat. You know, if you've been on this channel for a while, that sounds normal to you now, because you've seen videos where it's like, Buckwheat, look out! Oh, hey, Buckwheat, what's going on? Ah, Buckwheat, I'm a really good detective. My name is Buckwheat Grayson. But, like, I don't know, it's the same as, like, Batman sounds normal. You know, we've existed too long. If you've existed for too long, Batman sounds normal. If you think about, if you heard a character was named Batman for the first time today, and you weren't used to it, you'd be like, that's a really weird, strange, dumb name. But we're all used to it. We've lived too long. We gotta go. No, live as long as you can and never stop for anything. Anyway, that is a limiter to keep in mind, is that some of these characters who have been, like, rather prominent, I think, like, their name loses a bit of prestige because we get used to it. You know? And maybe that was what was happening with me with Aiden Chance, actually. Because I'm just, like, used to Aiden Chance. I've been thinking about the name and hearing the name and saying the name out loud and writing the name Aiden Chance for so long that to me it's just ordinary. But these names aren't ordinary. Buckwheat's what you'll name your firstborn, don't tell Safi. How about you name your firstborn Aiden? I think maybe name your firstborn like Michael or like Douglas or like Stephanie. You know, I think maybe stay away from Buckwheat, perhaps. I do really like Buckwheat Grayson as a name. And I want to keep in mind that my estimation of it is, as I was just saying, smaller than it should be, because I'm so used to it. I think it might be an S tier. Is that too hard to say? I feel like it's an A tier, which is making me think it's probably an S tier. You know? Because I'm so used to it, and I feel like it's A tier. But I remember, like, I remember how pleased I was with the name Buckwheat Grayson. And how in, like, his first video, it amused me so much to be saying buckwheat to talk about a person. No, Aiden's literally you, only you can be Aiden. Yeah, first S tier. And you agree, cool. I'm drawing a blank again. Does anyone know who this is? This is like a... Hold on. Wait, no, I do know who this is. This is in... Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America. There's like a doctor in one scene, right? I don't think the doctor has a name, though. It's somewhere in this montage. There's like a scene where a doctor talks to someone. I don't know. I might be misremembering. Yeah, no, it's here. Yeah.
Can't tell. Our suspect must be someone who's bad at handwriting.
I am so good at going undercover now, Chimmaney. Here, watch me.
Hello?
Hear about your results. I'm afraid it's inoperable.
What? But I'm not even really sick.
Aren't you?
No, I was just trying to steal some drugs. In my blood. I was gonna get home and let all of the drugs out of my blood for storage and resale.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know. That was just, there's like a one scene in Buckwheat Grayson. I was waiting for them to say the doctor's name. They don't. There's one scene in Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America where it's just like someone getting a really bad diagnosis. I don't know why I put that in there. It's a comedy video. That's messed up. Okay, whatever. Chimmaney Thompson. Chimmaney Thompson is a bit of a mirror to Buckwheat Grayson as well. Where like Buckwheat Grayson is a mirror to Sherlock Holmes. This is like a mirror to the mirror. Where I looked up like... I wanted a name that was sort of similar to buckwheat, you know? And I looked up American foods. And I scrolled through American foods. Hominy, I believe it's something to do with corn. Hold on, I'll look it up again. At one point in the video, he talks about, like, the process of making hominy. Yeah, it's made from dried maize kernels. They've been treated with an alkali. And yeah, so that's what hominy is. It's just, like, American Buckwheat Grayson. You know, Thompson isn't necessarily an American last name. But I did look up, like, common American last names, I remember, and scrolled through. Thompson was one of them. Personally, when I hear the last name Thompson, I think of more English. But, you know, last names are pretty global. You can't really judge a country someone's from their last name most of the time. Maybe A tier? I do like it. I like the way it sounds. I like Chimmaney Thompson. I like that it's a mirror. It works well. It might be above Lillipup, Chuppapup. No, Chuppapup has too many things working for it. I was thinking it might be a Von Scott Lucy situation where the name, even though it has less, like, intricate detail behind it, I like it more. But I think in this case, the intricate detail wins. Aiden Chance, Chimmaney Thompson. This might be between Aiden and Bianca. Again, I think I like naturally undersell the names I'm really used to, and Aiden Chance is definitely one of the names I'm really used to. Watson. This is actually Watson. I didn't name him. How boring. Detail. I mean, like, he had to be Watson, you know. Maybe he's a bit higher than some of these people. Because, like, I could have renamed Professor Juniper to be something else. But he's actually John Watson from the Sherlock Holmes stories. Like, he's not someone else named Watson. This is actually John Watson. Buckwheat Grayson meets John Watson from Sherlock Holmes. So he's ranked higher than the other people I didn't change the name of. Sometimes I don't change a character's name, by the way, just because it makes it easier for viewers who are familiar with the game. We'll talk about that more later, with other examples. But I'll talk about it now. Who's a good example? I'll look for one. Well, in the Batman videos, right? Like, he's Batman. And that... I feel like that he could never be anything other than Batman. She's Catwoman. I probably could have named her something else. But I feel like it makes it easier for the viewers if there are less names they have to remember. So I try to only name a character something else when there's like a reason to. You know, it could be that this name is funny. It could be that this name sounds good or has a story purpose. It could be that, you know, well, I can't name this character the in-game name because the in-game name is Sherlock Holmes. And so, yeah, here's Buckwheat Grayson because he's not Sherlock Holmes. But yeah, like, Getsus is named Getsus because I want it to be easy for people who are familiar with the series. And if I was to change his name, it would just be to something arbitrary, right? Like, Buckwheat Grayson, his name is different because it needed to be. Who are there any other characters here? Buckwheat Grayson's name is different because it needed to be. The variable Carrot's name is different because it's funny. And, like, yeah. The waiter's name is different because it's useful. If I was to change Getsus's name, it would just change it to a different... He'd be like Steven or something, you know? Same reason that Hugo Strange is still named Hugo Strange. I actually thought about this one for a very long time when I was making Isolated Crime Fighter. I thought, should I name him like... What was the name I came up with? It was something with a K. Like a last name with a K. And it was one that was really fun to say in Batman's voice. Was it like Kellogg? Or, Thank you, Commissioner. Where's Kellogg? Kellogg, what are you doing? Kellogg. I don't think it was Kellogg, but it was something like that. But in the end, I went for Hugo Strange, just because it's like... I wanted it to be easy for viewers to remember. I wanted to, you know, I try to make the viewing experience as, like, feasible as possible for someone who isn't, like, taking notes mentally, right? And there are a few ways I do that. In videos, I'll, you know... It's not uncommon. I think Shakespeare did something similar in his plays, where... I'm not a big Shakespeare fan at all, by the way. But I think he did a thing where in his plays he was like, hey, look, you know, 80% of the people who are watching, they probably like don't care and they're just like laughing and drinking and talking and they're not paying a ton of attention. And so I'm gonna like have the characters repeatedly say to the audience what they're doing and remind them what's going on. And sometimes in videos I do something similar. Never to the detriment of the video, or at least I hope not. But I'll have Batman, for example, just quickly say, you know, I need to find Mayor Strange before boo-ba-doo-ba-doo. And it's like, if you've been paying attention to the video, you knew that already, but it doesn't hurt to have him say it, and it also is good to just help people along. I also feel like even when you are paying attention, a lot of shows or TV shows or movies or video games stories, you miss a lot of it until the second watch through because you didn't fully understand where it was going. And so I try to minimize that in these videos. Especially because in these videos, you know, they're comedy videos, so there isn't a huge downside to just like, just so you know, here is what's going on, so you aren't lost if you aren't paying full attention because you're tired or thinking about something else, or you're just not paying full attention to this comedy YouTube video. Whereas in, like, you know, some of the more serious stuff I have written and do write, there could be a downside to doing that. I feel like in here there's not, really. Anyway, so that's why I don't always rename characters. It's just to make the viewing experience easier. So, like, you know, Clay, I could have renamed Clay Kevin. Kind of looks like a Kevin. But there would be no reason to do that other than to change his name. And when that's the only reason, I generally don't do it. It either needs to, like, I have to change the name, I want to change the name, it's funny to change the name to this, or it serves a purpose to change the name to this. If it's just going to change from a name to a different name, I try not to do that. But also, like, that is, you know, with Hugo Strange, one of the reasons I wanted to change it wasn't just that the other voice sounded good, it's also because Hugo Strange has associations with it. And that's fine for Catwoman, because my Catwoman isn't that different from the Catwoman you know. You know, she's still a thief. She's quite different from, like, classic Selena Kyle you see in other stories. In the same way the Batman's quite different to ordinary Batmans. But this Mayor Strange from Isolated Crime Fighter has nothing to do with the supervillain Hugo Strange, the psychologist from Batman comics who wants to become Batman and knows that Bruce Wayne is Batman. You know? And so changing the name would help get rid of those associations, but not changing the name would help people remember that this face is that name if they've already played Arkham City. Anyway, I think that's one case where if I had changed his name, it would have been fine. I don't think there was a wrong choice there. But yeesh. I don't know who this character is. We're just going to move on. Yeah, I got no idea. Sherlock Holmes. Again, his name has to be Sherlock Holmes, because that's, like, the point, you know? This isn't I'm meeting Hugo Strange and keeping his name as Hugo Strange to help people understand who he is. This is I'm literally meeting Sherlock Holmes from Sherlock Holmes. So, he goes next to Watson. In the I didn't change the name, but also that's because it's the character from fiction. And that's all the Buckwheat Grayson characters. And now I'm going to make him disappear, and I'm going to make him reappear. Next up, Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam. One of my very early videos. This is... Okay, I'm sorry, my keyboard's at like a weird angle right now. I promise I'm good at typing. I type fast and well. It's just right now, like, there's things in the way of my keyboard because I'm set up for this stream. This is Emily Moonsilver. In-game, she is Emily Caldwin with a K. She's Emily Moonsilver. And this is one of the earliest cases of me, like, changing a character's name to make it clear. So, this was one of my first videos. It was, like, ignoring Darkest Dungeon. It was Monster Hunter, I'm Mortal Redneck, the first Buckwheat Grayson, which most of these characters weren't in. It was just Buckwheat Grayson, John Watson of these characters. And then Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam, like, a week after the first Buckwheat Grayson video. I kept her name as Emily for the reasons I was just talking about, where it's like, anyone who knows Dishonored 2, it just makes it easier for them. And if I was going to change her name to, like, Amanda, it would just be an arbitrary change. But I changed it to Emily Moonsilver to make it clear that she's, not the same character from the video. And that's something I would go on to do in other videos. That's what's Bianca Berry. You know, I name her Bianca Berry so that I can say Bianca Berry and you know I'm talking about my Bianca Berry. You know? Because if I say N from Pokemon Black, am I talking about mine or am I talking about the actual character from the actual game? Right? If I say Bianca Berry, you know it's Bianca Berry. And this is me sort of doing a similar thing for the first time ever, you know, very early days on the Chimmaney channel, naming her Emily Moonsilver to differentiate her from Emily Caldwin while keeping the viewing experience roughly the same. Hello, Dio. What have you missed? You've missed the start of ranking who has the best name of all Chimney characters. Don't worry, there's a hell of a lot to go. Right now we're just talking about Emily Moonsilver from Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam, which, by the way, one thing to mention, the name Emily Moonsilver doesn't come up in this video verbally. People call her Emily. Her report card says Emily of Karnaka, which is, it would say Emily Moonsilver, but instead it says Emily of Karnaka to set up Jack of all trades as like a joke, you know, because if it was Emily last name, it wouldn't make sense to be Jack from place. Anyway, and then obviously this Jack of all trade later got his own video, Spare the Rod, but people, it's actually interesting. I wonder, and this is something I've wondered for a long time, I wonder if, like, people who find the channel much later, and even maybe people who found the channel now, but much later than when this was happening, would think this was a reference to Spare the Rod, rather than the joke that Spare the Rod grew out of, you know? I'd be interested to know what people think about that. So Emily Moonsilver is never said out loud. Emily is, not Emily Moonsilver. The report card says Emily of Karnaka, but at the end, the wanted poster says Emily Moonsilver. And so that's how you know. And I'm realizing, actually, there is more to say about this. I thought that was the last thing to say. There's more. Little piece of information. When I was making the Darkest Dungeon videos, I ended up one day, I made a note document with all of the... Sorry, not all of the, like, a bunch of names where I was like, hey, this would be a good name for a Darkest Dungeon character. And Moonsilver was one of them. And, you know, this was... The Darkest Dungeon series was ongoing when I made this video. Again, this was very early days. And I was just like, oh, Moonsilver. I like the name Moonsilver. I like it as a last name, too. So I made it Emily Moonsilver. But that was from... That was just, like, named off of... hold on, I'm trying to find that note document, because I think I still have it. Yes, I do. Named off of my list from Darkest Dungeon character potentials. And I have it. I could read them all out to you, but there are 66, so I won't do that. But let me have a quick scroll. Are there any here... Any others I used? Yes, there is, actually. Hold on. I remember one. Most of these I've still never used. Even in Darkest Dungeon characters, by the way. Because I made it being like, oh, hey, if I can't think of what to name a character when I get them, I can use one of these names. And then every time I got a character, I can remember. You know what? Actually, I won't read it out loud, but let me... I'll capture it for you so you can see it. And VOD watchers can pause if they want. Window capture. Give me a sec. Here it is. This is it. Make it easier for you to see. And Moonsilver should be somewhere on here. I don't think I removed it from the list when I used it. I don't think I used Cannoneer, but I think I used something similar. Was there, like, Brigadier or Grenadier? I'm not sure. Maybe I just intended to... Oh, no, maybe I named a character that, and then they, like, weren't in the videos, because it was, like, at the end of the Darkest Dungeon series. And, like, they went on, like... They like, joined the roster, but never went on any mission, so I didn't use them. Maybe. That might not actually be true. Very early. Doug Maestro. There it is. We're going to come back to this later. But that's the only other name I've ever used, and I used it not too long ago. Didn't the guy from Monster Hunter video have a funny name? He is here. He didn't have a name. He was only known as Liam's brother. His name was never said. The last piece of information about this, by the way, about Emily Moonsilver, before we rank her, because again, this is simultaneously ranking character names and talking about video things. And the final thing to talk about is this. If I add another... Actually, this would work better. Yeah, I'll do it this way. Take me a while to find it. Give me 1 second. Wait, what? Why is that not working? It's not showing up. Did I accidentally make it? That's my Windows sound, not yours. Oh, yeah, okay. Media file is only videos or sound clips. Is image? Okay, image is way separate. It's gonna be worth it. The payoff's gonna be worth it. Okay, it's huge because it has to be. But if I fit to screen... Okay. And let me just hide this so there's less for you to look at. I have this on my wall. This is a real poster I made. And I like never really decorated anything. You know, like as a kid I didn't care about posters. I never decorated my room. And there was always like, "Oh, don't you want some posters? Put something on your walls." And I was like, "I don't really care." I have some Chimmaney memorabilia. And so this is like actually on my wall in real life. I'm like looking at it right now, actually. It's right there. I also have... Hold on, wait, this is just being annoying. I also have this on my wall. From my Darkwood video, the Great Darkwood Prank. If people are interested, I have quite a few memorabilia things. I also have this. This is probably going to be small because it's not poster sized. Oh no, it's not crazy small. This is Jack of all Trades diploma. I have that like in a little frame. Anyway, I got a bunch of like Chimmaney memorabilia. I've finally actually decorating the space I live in, and I did it with this because like I don't know, I like, there are bands I like. I don't know if I am put them on my wall level of like. And if anyone wants, there's probably a way I can like, I don't know. Actually, how big are those media files? Would they be easy for me to post? The Emily Moonsilver post is like 1.2 megabytes. So yeah, I could probably post those if anyone also wants to print them out. I can like post them somewhere. By the way, I saw you posted this message a second ago. You couldn't even tell this was the Monster Hunter guy. This is a screenshot from the video. Made the Wolfman feel even more eerie. Well, we'll get into that when we get up to the Great Darkwood Prank name ranking system, because there's actually things to talk about with him too. Anyway, that's all with Emily Moonsilver. Not much going for this name other than Moonsilver sounds cool. You know, like the fact it's on the wanted poster and that wanted poster is real is kind of cool, but it's not like... That's not really points for the name. It's above Antimut. Is it above BAM or is it below BAM? I think this is right now low B tier. And we're getting close to needing to shrink some images for real. This is from Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam, this character as well. His name is never said in video, but his name is implied to be Mr. Assassin, because you can see signature of principal on Jack of all trades diploma, Mr. Assassin. And you can also see signature of instructor, Elvis Presley. I'll explain that later. But anyways, this is Mr. Assassin, also known as... Like, he changed his name to Mr. Assassin, to be clear. He wasn't born Mr. Assassin. His original last name was Of None. Now he's Mr. Assassin. Mr. Assassin, it's alright. It's like above Antimut, maybe. No, it's like below Antimut, but it's above N. Because N's just his name in real life. He's a real guy, I met him. I got his opinion on his portrayal in Pokemon Black Abridged. He spit in my face. This is the teacher from Dishonored 2 Assassin Exam. Never has a name. You could argue that her name is Elvis Presley, because that's the signature of instructor. And she was Emily Moonsilver's teacher and Jack of all trades teacher. They were in the same class. Yeah, her name's Elvis Presley. Okay, she gets points for that. I was gonna rank her as nameless, but her name is Elvis Presley because of the signature. For Elvis Presley, you get above Antimut, I would say. There you go. Speaking of Elvis Presley, we're on to Memphis Commando. And there is a lot to talk about with Memphis Commando's character names. Quite a lot. First of all, hold on. So, the Elvis Presley signature is there. I had that in my files because this image, which I also have framed in real life, because, again, I, never decorated, and then I was just like, whatever. It's like 10 cents to print an image. And I have all these images on my computer from videos. I'll just print them out. This is from Memphis Commando. You can see Captain Charlie Wood in the audience. There's Elvis Presley. And this is like a signed photo. He got Elvis Presley to sign it. And then I had Elvis Presley's signature PNG with a transparent background in my files. And so that when I was making Spare the Rod, I was like, it would be funny to put, I have that signature, I'll just put it on, I'll just put it on here. And I also then, actually the best way to show this would be somewhere else. It would be here. What video? I think True Name. In True Name, yeah, all the ID cards are signed by Elvis Presley to, verify that they're real. And at the point where the ID cards rain in the background, where is that? Okay. So the frame rate of scrubbing through the video here sucks. I don't normally use Media Player, but it's the only one Streamlabs will capture. Okay, well at some point, other characters' ID cards, rain behind my ID card. I promise. I'm not making it up for a laugh. I'm not making it up for views. I'm not telling jokes. I'm not telling fibs. I'm just being honest. Okay, am I telling fibs? I swear to God I wasn't. Is it earlier than that? Is it like... Okay, well... I swear I'm not a liar. I actually, like, this is actually... Okay. Got him. You can see Elvis Presley signed all of the cards. Also, I'm seeing now, Buckwheat Grayson, alias is not Buckwheat Grayson? Is that, like, implying they're the same guy? I don't know, that might have been a clerical error. They were notarized by Elvis Presley, but he's a notoriously unreliable notary. I'm trying to pause it as... Okay, play that back, frame by frame. There is no way I clicked on the middle of this. I'm trying. Okay, all right. Let me just do this. How about this? And then you won't disappear, and I can pause when I like. No, it was right before. I'm trying to get this card here so you can see the name on it. It's hidden on purpose. You can kind of see it there. Okay, you can kind of... That might be as good as we'll get it. We'll come back to this later. There we go. We'll come back to that when it's the Great Darkwood prank. In the meantime, Memphis Commando. So if you don't know Memphis Commando, not many people do. The joke of this video was that they're... My Windows sound, not yours. It's Elvis Presley is like the king. And so they're going to war with aliens because the aliens disrespected the king. And so, sorry. I'm just messing around with stuff. I deleted that. And then I was like, actually, I need that up again. So the whole thing is Elvis, like, themed. There's a bunch of Elvis jokes. The thing is, I don't really know Elvis. I don't know why I decided to do this. I think it's funny, but it's also like I don't listen to Elvis music. And I haven't historically. My parents didn't particularly listen to Elvis music. I didn't, like, watch Elvis movies that he acted in. And so some of these characters, we'll come back to Charlie Wood in a bit. I was, like, scrambling. And the other thing is, I wanted all of the jokes to be, like, accessible for people like me who don't know anything about Elvis. Because I feel like that's most people. So I didn't want to do, like, some obscure joke that people won't get. I wanted it to be, like, something people could get. So, you know, it's, oh, Elvis has left the building. And, what else? There are other ones, too, I swear to God. I don't know, that's a really interesting video. I think it's so funny how it is. One of the things is that this character is named Number 7. Sorry, this is number 47. And this is number 3. And that joke is because in an Elvis song called Jailhouse Rock, and I learned this by, like, looking around and looking it up. There's a line where it's, number 47 said to number 3, and then it, like, goes on from there. And so at one point, number 3 is in jail. Charlie Wood walks up to him and is like, he doesn't know what to say. He says, oh, I wish number 47 was here right now. He wouldn't know what to say to number 3. You know, because number 47 said to number 3 in Jailhouse Rock. So this is number 3 and this is number 47, and that's set up earlier in the video where, like, they introduce themselves. Anyway, it gets points for the joke. B or C? I think probably B, and I just don't want to put them in B because that means going and doing this. But they're going in B. You know, actually, what I might do is I might keep the high and the low big, at least for a while I can. And then that way we can like kind of keep track of it. And all the middle ones will do differently. But number 47 and number 3 are going here. Number 47 can talk to number 3. I'll put them next to each other. They probably have a lot to say to one another. We'll come to Charlie Wood in a second. This is Lieutenant Putch, spelled like this. Putch is a synonym for mutiny. Lieutenant Putch wants to be the captain and is very disillusioned with the king, the king, and all of it. So that's his name. I wanted his name to be some kind of joke / reference to that, but I didn't want it to be obvious. If he was Lieutenant Mutiny, everyone would know what would happen. Putch, you probably didn't even know it was a word until I defined it for you. I didn't know it was a word until I looked up mutiny synonyms and had a look through. So Lieutenant Putch, he gets points. It's there's something to his name, and it also sounds like a name, which it gets points for, because number 47, number 3, there's something to their names too, but also they don't really sound like names. They do sound like military identifiers, so they work. I think it's above Greed, below not Buckwheat Grayson. Captain Charlie Wood. And I'll put him above there so you can get a good look at him, and now put him back down. And now number 47 and number 3 are on his shoulder, whispering devious plans into his ear. Charlie Wood. This name was actually a learning experience for me. Let me break it down for you. So his name is Charlie Wood. Captain Charlie Wood. There is a joke in this video where he's asking what he's trying to do a team building exercise with his squad. And he's he's asking them what they did over the holidays, and he's explaining what he did over the holidays. And he mentions that what he did is throw wood. And then number 47 says, "How much did you throw?" And he says, something. Anyway, the point is, the joke is that his name is Chuck Wood, because he's Charlie Wood, Chuck being short for Charlie. And so then it's how much did you throw? How much wood did Chuck Wood chuck if Chuck Wood did Chuck Wood? Right? So his thing is, no one was ever going to get that joke. No one was ever going to pick up on that, right? That was too hidden. That was too, disguised. And at the time of writing it, it wasn't really a surprise to me that no one would get it. At the time of writing it, I was like, man, no one's probably going to get this, but I chose not to change it. But that's, first time reveal. No one would know that was a joke. I imagine this is the first time someone who wasn't me or someone I told a friend or family member and explained it to would ever find out. So there you go. How much wood could Chuck Wood chuck if Chuck Wood could chuck wood? If he was openly Chuck Wood, could be reachable, but the fact that you yourself have to make the jump from Charlie to Chuck... Anyway, that joke was never gettable. It's fine because... at the time, again, I knew no one was going to get that joke. But I was also it's not actually important that they get it, because it's a really brief thing that gets breezed over. You're not missing anything if you don't get the joke. The scene isn't pointless if you don't get the joke. other stuff's happening. It's also a secondary joke for his name, because the primary joke, I needed his name to be Charlie. And that's because at the end of the video, my favorite joke of the video, I've mentioned it before on stream, is he's talking to Lieutenant Putsch. And Lieutenant Putsch says, "But come on, Charlie, you're not even a real soldier. I bet you don't even know the first word in the NATO phonetic alphabet." Alpha. Bravo, Charlie. You know, the NATO phonetic alphabet being Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. So he says Alpha, he says Bravo, Charlie. His name had to be Charlie. Naming him Charlie Wood was secondary to the primary joke of his name. And then, like, hiding the Chuck Wood. Even at the time, I was like, probably no one will get this. And then, like, 2 days after releasing it, I was like, okay, definitely no one will get this. But even making it, I was like, probably no one. That one was just kind of secret intel. And now, as well, only people who have watched this stream or this VOD know that. You have that over other Chimmaney viewers now. Because I guarantee you, it doesn't matter. Oh, Memphis Commandos, my favorite video. Like, if there was an insane Chimmaney viewer, Memphis Commandos, my favorite video. The insane Chimmaney viewer might say. They don't know that. And now you know that. Because you watch this stream or VOD. No one knows about the Chuck Wood joke except for us. Anyway, he gets points for the Charlie thing. Charlie Wood is also just a good name. And the Alpha Bravo Charlie joke works well. Probably B tier. Probably just below Lucy, I would say. We'll make these small too. Cool. Now we're up to the Batman characters, and this is going to be very interesting. This is another big one, like the Pokemon one, where there's a lot to get through here. And a lot to talk about specifically when it comes to their names, you know? In fact, should we save this for later? Should we do some other things first? Okay, I'm going to do the Great Darkwood prank first, and then the Batman characters, just so I can get this out of the way with this character. But I'll come to him second. I'll do it in the order I've set it out in. This is the main character of the Great Darkwood prank. He is the man who gets pranked. And his name is Erwin Lewis. It's just a normal name. Erwin does fit his voice, you know, his name being Erwin, it fits the voice, it's good. There is a joke attached to this name, and I think it's only, like, it's a joke in the description of the video, you know? And I thought about putting it in the video when I was making it, but as I was talking about before, sometimes there's no natural place to put a joke I've written or a story beat I've written, and I don't try to, like, force it in if it would make the video worse. So I didn't force it in, but I still liked it, so I put it in the description. And the joke is that it's like, the description says something like, win or lose, Erwin Lewis, always bubba-dubba-da, you know? And it's Erwin Lewis, Lewis or win, you know. So just a small joke, and then a name that, like, fits his voice. Nothing crazy. Probably above Lucy. Probably above Von Scott. No, I like Von Scott a lot as a name. Okay, come on, kid. This character, here we go. So this character, in the game, he's called Wolfman. In my poster of him on my wall, the missing persons poster, he is not named, but the call at the bottom. I forget exactly what it is. Everything before the dash, you know, old like flip phone keyboards where it's like 3 letters per number on the keyboard, and so like for example, I think it was like I think 1 had ABC, but it might be the other way around. No, 1 had ABC. I remember. So like if you hit 1 once, it was A. If you hit it twice, it was B. If you hit it 3 times, it was C. On a keyboard like that, the 9653626 would be how you spell Wolfman. Obviously, without repeat presses, some of these would require, you know, like for example, it might be 55. But this is how you would spell Wolfman. I don't remember what the after the dash is. But anyway, so his in-game name is Wolfman, and then on the missing poster, that's what those numbers are. This after the dash is also something. I don't remember what. His whole thing, for anyone who doesn't know, by the way, is that he has like absolute goldfish memory, and he just like forgets things in the middle of the conversation he's having. And so that like last scene at the doctor's office, and his last memory that he keeps defaulting back to is being told he has short-term memory loss. And so he's always like a bit glum because he's like, oh yeah, you know, I just got told I have short-term memory loss. Bit sad. And then like, he keeps saying that because that's like the point in time he keeps going back to. I don't know. I think that's kind of cool and funny. Okay, hold on. Let me download a picture of one of those old phone keyboards. And let's look at it on screen and see if we can decipher what the after the dash thing was. Was that standard? Oh yeah, I guess that was standard. That it actually ABC started on 2. Like the weren't letters on 1. Let me just my Windows sound, not yours. Let me open this up. Can see that? Yes, you can. There's the keyboard. And the numbers we need to figure out. Let me open up my memorabilia folder again. 686237. 686237. Let me boom. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. I'm curious now. What did I do? So 6 could be M, N, or O. 8 TUV. Oh, this could be quite hard. Okay, let's just lay it out like this. 2 is ABC. D, E, F, P, Q, R, S. So it's one of these, 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 one of these. Let me make a copy so we can delete them without worrying about it too much. Oh, I remember. I just saw it. I'm looking down this middle row. It's number. That's right. Number. Aha. So, what the sign says. Not the sign, but you know what I mean. It's call Wolfman number. That's right. Nice, I'm glad I figured that out.
It's fun going down memory lane.
Shut up. Sorry, there's a guy in my room. I told him to be quiet while I'm streaming. And let me reopen this. Okay, cool. Anyway, so does not have a name. In-game Wolfman, on poster Wolfman implied. In my internal documentation, I call him Pronto. And you can also see on the video I was trying to pause earlier, you can only kind of see it, but his name is Pronto. And I kind of hid it intentionally in this video. I made it hard to see. If I could go frame by frame, it would be really easy. Or if it could pause when I want it to. Whatever. I made it hard to see on purpose because, like, his name is kind of secret. But his name is Pronto. And the reason for that is during the Great Darkwood prank, keeping in mind that this is a character who has, like, terrible memory and forgets everything constantly. Evil Chimmaney here.
Only got a couple more hours before I'm supposed to pick her up. Are you coming? Oh, I need to get back to the city. Pronto.
So this is why. Please.
Any luck? Yeah, but it was bad luck. Oh, I need to get back to the city. Pronto.
Pronto.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've only got a couple more
So
hours before I'm supposed to pick her up. Are you coming?
the video plays it as it's just like, you know, oh, you might watch it and be like, oh, why'd he ask Pronto? The implied joke, and it was implied in the video even though it's not outright said, and maybe some people did pick up on this, but probably not, because, I don't know, it's quite subtle, to be fair. Like, I'm not sure I've made it obvious enough that someone could pick it up. But, you know, he doesn't remember what his name is, and it's like, we need to get back to the city. Steven? Steven? Yeah. Okay. It's like, yeah, okay, I guess that's my name. So, his name is Pronto. Which I quite like. Probably B tier. Long explanation just to end up in B tier. I think this might go ahead of Von Scott, finally. Finally found something that did. Okay, this is gonna... I think we're getting to the point where selecting things is going to be really hard because it's going to keep wanting me to rotate them. That's Pronto. Also, the Great Darkwood prank. This is The Witch. Not given a name beyond that. Definitely loses points for that. In-game, she's not a witch. So she gets points for that. You know, it's not like I just called her the witch and in game she's called the witch. She's in game she's just like a chicken farmer. But I needed a witch. Above Seth. I think that's fair. Above Seth, below Sherlock Holmes. This is Evil Father Christmas from the Great Darkwood prank. Gets points for Father Christmas. This is just a me thing. When I was younger, just because these are, like, my parents would use both terms, I used, said both Santa and Father Christmas. I said both of these. And then when I was, 13 or 14, I decided that, Father Christmas sounded funnier and was, way more personally amusing to me. And so now I only say Father Christmas. And, when I was 13 or 14, it was a choice, because I was like, this is amusing. It's no longer a choice now, it's just automatic. I say Father Christmas. I don't say Santa anymore. But I did when I was, 9. So he gets points for being amusing. A very large amount of my speech, like, is hand-picked because it personally amuses me, by the way. Father Christmas gets points for amusing me, and Evil Father Christmas because he's in the evil dimension in the Great Darkwood prank. Below Bam. Yeah, below Bam. Because there's nothing crazy about Evil Father Christmas as a name. Below Emily Moonsilver? Just barely below Emily Moonsilver. That could arguably go either way, but that's the way it went. Now it's time for Batman. And all of these characters. So Batman, my Batman is obviously not normal Batman. He's not even Bruce Wayne. But, you know, going from the name Batman, he doesn't get many points for that. Because obviously that's actually this character's name. You know. And so, like, you know, that's been the pattern, is characters where I'm using their actual name, they don't get points for that. Because, like, how could Batman be, like, the best Chimmaney character name when Batman already exists as, like, as a character? Not gonna happen. I just put him there without even thinking because there's a space free, by the way. But is that real? Above the Witch, below Sherlock Holmes? Yes, that's actually real. Because at least he has a name above the Witch. And he is different from existing Batman. Wait! Actually, hold on. I am forgetting one thing, and that's that Batman, in my videos, is short for Battleman. I forgot that for a second. He gets points for that. He definitely gets points for that. Because that's like funny and interesting, and it's made more funny by the fact that Batman is an existing name, you know? And so it's like it's a spin on something I had to work with rather than something I made specifically so I could do the spin on. You know, it's more impressive when you spin with the tools you're given rather than when you just make a spin. Although spin is not generally a term used like that. But he gets points for Battleman, for sure. I was going to say below Sherlock Holmes because Sherlock Holmes has to be Batman. So it has to be Sherlock Holmes, and he kind of has to be Batman, but not to the same degree because he's not literally Batman, and this is literally Sherlock Holmes. For Battleman, above Elvis Presley, above Evil Father Christmas, above Emily Moonsilver, maybe below Bam, definitely above number 47 and number 43, which tells me Bam should be in front of them. And then Battleman, as he is, you know, I'm gonna tinker a bit here because I think I'm changing my mind about some stuff. I think Bam goes in front of Sharon Alexie. I think Desmond Irving goes in front of Sharon Alexie. I think Bam goes in front of Eva. And Greed. And Lieutenant Putsch. Bam is going up in the world right now, dude. I think that's a good spot. And then Battleman above Lieutenant Putsch for sure. It's just about how far above. What's up here? Owen Lewis can move down. And Lucy can move down. Charlie Wood, I'm keeping up here again because he gets points for the Alpha Bravo Charlie joke, which his name was specifically chosen to set up. Erwin Lewis, above not Buckwheat Grayson, below the sludge, I would say. Lucy, I'm actually going to say Lucy above the sludge. Let me put these here for now. And then, boom. Lucy above the sludge. Battleman above Charlie Wood, below Von Scott. Below Von Scott? Maybe next to Pronto, actually. I would say next to Pronto in either order. But we'll put him second because even though Battleman is clever and funny, you know, he's still Batman. Yeah, I think that's good. Now we get to somewhere interesting. The super criminals of the Batman videos. And we start with the variable carrot. I might need outside opinions coming here, because this is what I was talking about before with, like, Buckwheat Grayson, Aiden Chance, where I'm used to it now. You guys are probably also used to it now, because it has been 3 videos. But you're probably less used to it than me, because for me it's been 3 videos, plus making those videos, writing them, recording them, going through the, like, voice line takes. It's been a lot for me. You guys, you know, you probably just watched each video one time, and so it's not like a crazy amount for you. For me, I'm trying to think of it with a fresh mind, as if I'd never heard of the variable carrot before. It's definitely a very unique name, and it has a good reason behind it, and it's used effectively. You know, he tells a bunch of carrot this is an S tier. No, it's an S tier. Specifically because of how the name is used as well. You know, when you think about him talking about injecting himself into the dirt, and when he, like, the metaphor of biting off your finger as easily as you could bite through a carrot, and, you know, the thing about the purple carrots and the orange carrots, like, it's used very effectively. It might be above Buckwheat Grayson. But, this is another case where it was like Von Scott and Lucy. Where this is definitely the one with more meaning and thought and use behind it. It's definitely the more functional name. But I really like this name. And it's the same sort of thing that was happening earlier here. I really like buckwheat, you know? Oh, buckwheat. My name is Buckwheat Grayson. Oh, buckwheat, look out! I like that a lot. I think buckwheat might be above it. We might tinker with that later. Dr. Justice. I like Dr. Justice a lot. Gets a lot of points just off the idea of... Because, okay, what is Dr. Justice the name, right? Dr. Justice the name is, let's, like, come up with, like, a kind of generic sounding good guy superhero name, right? And that serves the purpose of, like, you know, the joke of Dr. Justice being a private crime fighter, more popular than Batman, and, like, not Harley Quinn the supervillain. It's Dr. Justice. So the name gets points for, like, if you were writing an actual superhero story and you named the superhero Dr. Justice, it wouldn't be a good name. But in the context of, this is a supervillain I'm repurposing to, in my story, be a superhero, you know, the word is private crime fighter in the videos, but a superhero gets points for, like, the generic superhero name. I'd say A tier. Above Chop-a-pop. above Chupapup, and I think Aiden Chance is 2 on further consideration. Even though, again, Chupapup has more going on behind it, Aiden Chance still has things going on behind it and that. And I think Dr. Justice in front of both of them. I think that's right. The Omega Frog. The Omega Frog obviously gets points. In-game, you know, I'm sure people know this, but in-game and in Batman lore, this is Killer Croc, Waylon Jones. also, I don't know. I don't think this was on purpose by, like, the Batman developers. You know, the authors. But I said developers for a little laugh, because that's not the word, Chimmaney. That's not the right word. But, like, Waylon Jones, you know? He should be Killer Whale. A killer whale is an actual... He's Killer Croc, and his name is Waylon Jones. You know? He should have been a killer whale. That's insane. Okay. Well, anyway, this is neither Waylon Jones nor Killer Croc. This is the Omega Frog. I like that name. It's a fun name. But there's not much behind it besides it's a fun name, you know? It being a fun name is kind of all there is to it. Above Pronto, below Boozle. That's my verdict. The Beta Frog. The Beta Frog, I think, goes higher than the Omega Frog. Because it's funnier... Like, the Omega Frog is just a name that sounds funny. The Beta Frog also has the additional layer of, like, being a spin on Omega Frog. And also him being like, What? What? The Beta Frog? No! Give me a different name! What the hell? I worked hard on this look. And, you know, it's just, like, the idea of someone working really hard to, like, workshop the skull mask. And then just being called the Beta Frog. It's like, oh, come on, I worked so hard on this look. So it's above Omega Frog in the name department. Is Beta Frog above Boozle? I don't think so. You know, we're gonna shrink a couple here to make room. High B tier for the Beta Frog. Catman, aka the Cattle Prod. I don't want to raise him too high, just because I really like the character. Like, I think Catman / the Cattle Prod is maybe, depending on the day, my favorite super criminal from the Batman Crime Fighter videos. And I don't want to give him too many points in the name tier list for being a fun character. Looking at it as just a name, the Catman thing is used. He makes a lot of cat puns. He's good. It's also funny that, like, Catman is short for the Cattle Prod. There are things to this name. You know, he's named the Cattle Prod because he's workshopping, when you first see him, he's workshopping a bunch of different super criminal names. And, you know, he's using a cattle prod because he's, like, doing market testing. Above the Beta Frog, below Boozle. I'm going to move these guys down here. For now. Catwoman. This is just her name. Obviously loses points for that, as we know. However, one thing that gains her points, and I think this is very amusing to me, and I'm glad I actually get to talk about this, is the way people in Batman Isolated Crime Fighter say her name. Specifically Batman. The variable carrot does it a few times, but, you know, he hears what her name is from Batman. So he's just kind of doing it from Batman. But it's very in character for my version of Batman. He doesn't say... So it's, it's like a... Thank you, Commissioner. He doesn't say Catwoman. Catwoman. Hey, look at Catwoman. He says Catwoman. Like, he says it like with a pause, you know? My voice is a bit dead, so I don't know if I can highlight this properly, but my point is he doesn't say Catwoman, he says Catwoman. I'll play some clips. And I like that. I find it amusing. That's why I do it.
The new
And he, like, Catwoman might get points for that. Where he says, like... I'm trying to think of an example where he says it.
Frog. Is the Omega Frog here?
I think it's right after their first meeting, which is like...
This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
Kind of...
Make sure there are living people left. Sure that... I caught a lot... There are living people left to evacuate once
this
Penn
application
City is
sucks,
shut
dude.
down.
Do not use Media
We'll
Player.
meet back here
Worst
in
mistake
2
of my
hours.
life.
Him since I last arrested him over a year ago.
Full bat.
Rookie.
Okay, whatever. In the phone call, he says it.
You- The variable carrots. Are you feeling?
So you were already calling these two and you weren't going to add me until you needed a question answered? What the hell, Batman? Why are you making friends?
Variable carrot. Can you hold on or not?
Probably not dying soon, but why?
Then we'll focus on getting the cure later.
What? No, prioritize that for sure. I didn't know that's why you were asking. Super prioritize the cure. Catwoman, are you in on this?
I want to get the cure
Kinda
from
hear
him,
it,
too.
though.
He's the one who doesn't want to let me.
Wait. Catwoman is getting us the cure.
Rather than Catwoman is getting us the cure. Catwoman, you know.
Variable carrot.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this delivered.
Carrot.
What?
Are you feeling deathly?
Batman, you called me?
It's not my number, don't save it. I'm using a news reporter's phone.
Hi, Variable Carrot.
Hi, news reporter. Who are these two? Who's the woman with the cat ears?
Catwoman and her sister.
Hi.
You two are sisters?
Anyway, you can hear it. And he's doing that the whole video. With the annoying scrubbing, it's hard to find specific times. But yeah. So she kind of gets points for that. That it's like Catwoman. But also her name, like she introduces herself as Catwoman. And her sister calls her Catwoman. It's just Batman, the way he talks, that he goes, Catwoman. So, I don't know. Probably below the Witch. Above Seth. In detail. Hugo Strange, we were talking about it before. Kept his name so that people would have an easier time remembering his name, like viewers. They would have less things to remember. But the downside of that is it might bring with them associations of the actual character Hugo Strange, the psychologist. So loses points for that. Probably below Seth, I would say. And now we got to get some more shrinkage going on. Actually, I'll leave Dr. Berg. Tepic should be above Seth, by the way. Because of, like, it at least has the element of... And you know what, so should Professor Juniper. So we'll do it like that. Because it at least has the element of being Tepic even when no longer the Pokemon Tepic. And then Hugo Strange below. If I did it again, I would maybe change his name, but again, I don't think it's a huge deal. And I think it's always a question of, like... Really, it really does with Hugo Strange. It just comes down to what makes it easier for the viewer. You know, is it easier when it's this face I know to be tied to this name is tied to the same name in the video? Or is it easier for the viewer when this is a different name, because it's not related to what the associations that name has for me, right? Which is, like, for example, we'll get into it later, but that's why in my Portal 2 video, Wheatley isn't called Wheatley. It's because I wanted people to know there's a very clear divide between Wheatley and this character. And so I very easily could have done the same thing with Hugo Strange. I don't think there's a wrong choice there. I think you could go either way. Bane, his name is just Bane. But he, at least he's pretty similar to real Bane. So he goes above Hugo Strange. I mean, with Seth, it's pretty interchangeable. But at least Seth is like an actual Egyptian god. Like, it kind of makes sense to not change Seth. Bane, I just didn't change because, again, makes sense for the viewer, right? I want it to be easy to watch. Famine from the first Batman video, Batman Private Crime Fighter. His name is never said out loud, but sorry, just trying to find. Here it is.
Which is why the reason.
His name's never said out loud, but on the Bat computer.
Before the situation gets completely out of hand.
You do not need to justify your reasoning to me, Batman. Here is a list of all super criminals currently contained within Arkham.
Famine. So, that's his name. And he's just named that because he didn't do anything that would make him scarecrowy. You know, he didn't do anything with fear gas. But he was going to poison the city's water supply. Well, no, sorry, he wasn't going to poison it. He was going to block the city's water supply. He was going to drop a sack into the pipes so that it would block the pipes and the city would have no water. And so it's famine. I think it's funny. I think his role in that video is incredibly funny to me. And I think his name fits it. And it's also like a fitting, famine being like one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. It's like a very imposing name. It's a name that's like, oh, that must be a very powerful dude. And that his plan is to drop a sack into the city's pipes so that they run out of water and they have no water supply. And also just like what happens to him in that video. It's funny that he has such an imposing name. So I like that. It's above Witch. It's above Sherlock Holmes. It's above Watson. It's above Hat Guy. It's above Liam's brother. It's probably high. I don't know why I was even looking in detail. Below Evil Father Christmas. Above everything in C tier right now. There's Famine. Gordon. He's just Gordon. Again, making it easy for viewers. Because I could have named him like Harlow or something. But there's no reason to do that. Especially because, he is pretty much Gordon. Like, he is pretty much James Gordon from the comics and the game. So there's no reason to change his name other than just for the sake of changing his name. So I didn't. But there's not really a downside for it. Like some of these characters. Above, I don't know, like next to Juniper. Interchangeable with Juniper. Also worth noting that he is not the same character. In the Batman games, James Gordon is... Where is it? Here. James Gordon is this guy
Jacker at this.
in Arkham Asylum. And then in Batman Arkham Knight, he looks way younger than this. In my Batman Crime Fighter videos, this is a different guy. Which is kind of established not just by the way they look, but also by this guy being the commissioner. and then in the next video, Gordon being a police lieutenant. He's Lieutenant Gordon. In Batman Arkham Knight, he'll be Captain Gordon, because he's gotten a promotion. In my Batman Arkham Knight video, I'm saying. Different guy than this. That's just the commissioner. This is Officer Ralphie from Batman Hunted Crime Fighter. Harvey Bullock is the actual character, but this is Officer Ralphie, who's just like a kind of pathetic, a bit dumb guy who also like takes bribes constantly from everyone, everywhere he can get them, and offers bribes when caught. And I feel like his name kind of fits that, because Ralphie, like, this feels like what you would call a little boy named Ralph. Like, the little boy's named Ralph, and you're like, oh, Ralphie. Sorry to any adult Ralphies out there. No offense intended. But you have to admit, even if it hurts, you probably agree with me on some level. Yeah, so his name fits the character. Obviously, I'm not going to name him Harvey Bullock, because Harvey Bullock's like a hard-ass, like, no-nonsense type of police detective. And this is a completely different guy. So, you know, as I say, like, it's worth changing the name from one ordinary name to another when it has nothing to do with the character. Like, that has the original name. Which is why Hugo Strange maybe could have been changed. Officer Ralphie. So this is just like a suitable name. It just like fits the character. It's nothing crazy. It's not like an outwardly funny name or with any specific joke attached to it. So probably detail. Probably just like above Watson and Sherlock. Nice. Penelope, also from Batman Isolated Crime Fighter. Also, as in other characters I've talked about, Ralphie was in Hunted Crime Fighter. I like her. You know, in-game Talia al Ghul. But that has associations, and it's also just like part of the joke is that she's just like a normal thief. You know, she's not a super criminal. So she doesn't really get like a cool name. I mean, Penelope's a cool name, but it's a cool normal person name, you know? Like, there are some cool names where it's like, that's a really cool name for a character, but you are like abusive if you name your child that. Penelope is like the coolest name, or one of the coolest names, that you can name a real human without being a bad parent. Are there any examples here of like... I don't know, like Boozle is a really cool name, but if you name your daughter Boozle, you're a bad person, you know? Penelope is a really cool name, and if you name your daughter Penelope, you're really cool. So it is just an ordinary name like Ralphie, but it also serves a purpose where it's like it's supposed to be a bit of an ordinary name. Does that put it in C, or is it still D? Liam's brother has held strong, by the way. He's stood his ground well. I think it's probably below Gets a Dangerfield, yeah. Because the Dangerfield has a purpose there. It's a homage. It's cool. I mean, do they get points for just sounding cool? Because again, Penelope is a name that sounds awesome. Like, that's just that's a solid name. But I guess the fact that, like, characters whose name didn't change ranks low means we're not just ranking, like, names, we're kind of ranking Chimmaney names, you know? Like, this isn't just about the coolest sounding name. This is about in relation to Chimmaney videos, who has the best name. Poison Ivy. She's just Poison Ivy. This is another one where it's like I could have changed it, but it would feel arbitrary because she's got the same powers. You know, I could have named her like Green Thumb or something. You know, I could have come up with a super criminal name for her. But I think it's better to just keep her Poison Ivy for like a viewer instantaneous recognition. Yeah, I know what's going on. I know Poison Ivy. Her name's Poison Ivy. Got it. So her name's still Poison Ivy. Probably above Hugo Strange, probably like next to Bane. Because again, it's like, yeah, I kept her name, but it's because the character isn't that different from the actual character who has that name. The 50%. This is ranking high. We've got a lot of like middling ranking names recently. This is a high ranker. This is from Batman Isolated Crime Fighter. I was very pleased with myself when I came up with the name The 50% for him. Because, you know, obviously he's like down the middle, his suit, his face, his hand, and also he flips a coin. And so I just made it he's flipping a 50-cent coin, and he's the 50%. I like that. I think it's funny. A or B? Above Beta Frog, below Catman. I think that's fair. Bianca Berry might need to be moved down. But it is very fun to say. I do really enjoy saying Bianca Berry. We'll leave her for now. The Hot Air Balloon from Batman Hunted Crime Fighter. Real name Firefly. I like this one. Because I thought for a bit when I was naming him, I was like, you know, this is one that I think I could have just left him as Firefly and it wouldn't have been a problem. And Firefly is a really good name for the character. You know, he's a guy with a jetpack and a flamethrower. He flies and sets things on fire. He's Firefly. It's great. But I really like Hot Air Balloon. I think is like as perfect a replacement name as I could have come up with for him. Because he flies, he set things on fire, he's the hot air balloon, you know? And then also the joke where it's like, he talks about he used to actually use a hot air balloon to fly. And then he got a jetpack. But the jetpack's solar powered and he can't turn it off. And so he's stuck flying. But he kept the name Hot Air Balloon. That's a winner. I think that might be above Catman. Even though Catman makes a lot of Catman jokes. And he gets points for that. For like the name being functional in his dialogue and comedy. I feel like Hot Air Balloon just fits so perfectly with a flying guy that has a flamethrower. The Waiter. Real name Alfred Pennyworth. Did I say Alfred? Alfred Pennyworth. Sorry, real quick, I'm just compelled to do this. Just looking at him real quick. I kind of want to trace what his eyeball would be like. Because don't you feel like he's got really big eyes? Let's try trace. So it would be like a circle. And it connects like here. Would it be like that? Not quite. So that side is correct. No, that side's correct. That. It's a pretty big eye, dude. So that's the waiter's eye. If anyone was curious, that's the waiter's eye. The Waiter. It's a good name for his purpose. It's funny that he's a super criminal, but it's not anything like crazy. Comparable to the Omega Frog, probably below the Omega Frog, below Pronto, below Battleman, below Von Scott. Okay, hold on. Slightly below Charlie Wood, but like next to Charlie Wood, really. Like on another day I might put him just above Charlie Wood, but the Alpha Bravo Charlie joke is a winner. And that's all the Batman characters ranked, and now they're gone, and now they're back. I think I was correct about my earlier prediction, by the way, with regards to how long the name rankings will take, because I don't know, we got a bit to go still. I mean, we've done all the Batman characters, all the Buckwheat Grayson characters, and all the Pokemon characters. And that's a lot, you know, like without those, there's not much. So we're probably more than halfway done. Probably. Even though we're like less than halfway through in terms of like videos and like folders of characters. A lot of these folders of characters have like 2 characters in them. Aliens aren't even real, dude. This character, the main character, doesn't have a name. Again, I don't give main characters names unless they need to. Like, I don't force it into the dialogue of like, oh, no one said this character's name yet. I'm gonna have someone say it. Which is how the Monster Hunter main character and I'm Mortal Redneck main character ended up like that. Where's Desmond Irving? Yeah. Which is how they ended up like that. It wasn't intentional. It was after I made I'm Mortal Redneck, I realized, oh, I haven't given either of the main characters a name. Maybe I'll do maybe that'll be like something I do on purpose from now on. Never give a main character a name. And then I made Buckwheat Grayson. So like it does just happen sometimes. It happened here. He is a tea gardener. So you could say that his name is the Tea Gardener, because he's from the planet Tea Garden B. So, you know, I would probably call him the Tea Gardener. Also, I don't know if people have clocked this, but speaking of, here, let me just show you this real quick in the video. Again, using this as a mechanism to talk about things with the videos I don't normally get to talk about, and would never normally have an opportunity to come up.
Extraterrestrial being.
The tech is like nothing we've seen before.
What? I thought you...
I'm trying to remember where they say they're from Tea Garden Bay. Who says it? Somewhere in this video they definitely like mention that they're from Tea Garden Bay. Okay, well here I'm not sure where they mention it first, but this guy's gonna call him a tea gardener.
You! I have questions about your actions.
Well, I have actions about your questions. For example, I just tried to do the worm. It didn't work in this stasis field. Picture me doing the worm. And eye contact.
I request that you act as representative to your organization. Do you consider yourself fit for this role?
You know what, Tea Gardener? I do. Not to brag or anything. I get tonsil stones all the time.
How is that bragging?
Yeah, I said not to brag.
Tell me about your organization.
Anyway, so yeah, this is Tea Gardener. You know, he's from Tea Garden Bay. I don't know if anyone's noticed this up until now, because I've not seen it mentioned, but also, you know, people don't comment every thought they have. I'm Mortal Redneck.
Or
somewhere in here. The argument he has with Seth.
Believe you died again. I nearly won the bet that time.
Hey, you're the one who's supposed to be helping me out. If anything, we just died again.
You know, I don't even miss when humans used to worship us. I really don't. You guys are super lame.
You're lame.
I'm lame. You guys couldn't even build your own pyramids. We had to get contractors from Tea Garden B to do them for you. And those guys are way cooler.
That's it. Get out. No lame people allowed in my head.
Oh, yeah, is that right? Then you better get a fucking lobotomy, you lame-ass human. You couldn't even build.
So, Tea Garden B. Those are like the aliens that came and built the pyramids. Obviously, in real life, the pyramids were built by humans, but it being a common myth, you know, whatever. In my ancient Egypt gods video, listen, in that video there's the ancient Egyptian pantheon. They aren't real either. Aliens aren't even real, dude. But if they were, they would have built the pyramids. Anyway, so that's just I had that in mind for like ages, that if I made a video about aliens, I would have them be from Tea Garden B, because of I'm Mortal Redneck. Anyway, so there's a little bit of information. He's the tea gardener. He's not really got a name. Probably comparable to Liam's brother and Hat Guy, where it's like, it's not a real name, but it's just kind of a purpose. He's there. The tea gardener's boss, he super doesn't have a name, and he doesn't even get like the benefits of the tea gardener. Probably like with that, like the handler, E-tier, because he doesn't have a name and he doesn't have like a kind of title that serves any real purpose. Agent Delancey.
Agent Delancey of the Men in Black and White.
Cool. I like the character a lot. But there's no, like, special meaning behind Agent Delancey. It's just kind of a name that I felt sounded right and fit the character. So I guess same sort of thing as Penelope. Yeah, same sort of thing as Penelope. Where it's just, like, a name that fits, but it's not like... It's just... that's a real name, you know? It's not like a funny name. It's not a made-up name. It doesn't have, like, hidden meaning or purpose or secrets. Yeah. Mr. Meanwhile. Gregory Meanwhile. Definitely A tier at a minimum. Mr. Meanwhile from the video Mr. Meanwhile. Name really fits, you know, because meanwhile, and he's like a time traveler, he goes back in time. Gets points for that. I don't want to de-rank Bianca Berry, because again, I feel like Bianca Berry is actually like, it's the type of name that makes you smile, you know? Doesn't it like make your teeth happy? I don't know what I'm talking about. It like, okay, forgive me for this. Don't you feel like the name Bianca Berry, to say it and to hear it, like makes your gums turn numb? Do you feel that? Like right where your gums turn into teeth, right where they hit the teeth. It gets a bit numb, doesn't it? In a good way. But Mr. Meanwhile is a good name. It sounds cool and it works for a time traveler. I think what might happen is this here, this here, this here. But is that crazy? Is Hominy Thompson really below Bianca Berry? I'll put them here for now. These three are comparable, to be honest. I think you could put these three in any order. Sparky O'Shock from Mr. Meanwhile. If you have seen the video, you know the joke associated with this name. And that makes him very highly ranked in the name tier list, in my opinion. Above Bianca Berry? His name doesn't make my gums turn numb. With glee. Okay. I don't know. Again, it might be character bias coming through. Because I like Bianca Berry the character. But I don't know. That feels right for now. Also, Mr. Meanwhile, Maria. Just an ordinary name. No hidden joke. Where did I put the other no hidden... here. Yeah. The order doesn't super matter. Just an ordinary name. Atlantis Must Drown. Stan deviation. So, obviously, one joke is standard deviation. There's first name Stan, last name deviation. But then there's also the angle of deviation, and he, like, you know, is working with, like, an altered past, right? Like, the past has been altered. He's from the past, and he's, like, a product of the deviation and also contributing to the deviation. So I think it's good. It's not as good as Mr. Meanwhile just because it's not as catchy. It might be high B tier. Yeah, it might just be like above Catman. And below Hot Air Balloon. I think that's fair. Mary from Atlantis Must Drown. I really like Mary the character. I really like Mary the name. You know, to be clear, I want to be... Hold on. What? Oh, I see. I'm not saying Mary. What is happening? Oh, it's... Okay, sorry. It's just being dumb. Hold on. I have to move this up all the layers. It's behind the layer. Give it. Oh man, we've ranked a lot of characters. This is how I'm learning. I'm not saying Mary. I'm saying Mary. Mary. Her name is Mary. And I think that's fun to say. I think it's a good name. I think it's a cool name for a character. Don't name your daughter Mary, but name a character Mary and it'll be a good time. It's fun to say, fits the character, adds to, you know, her whole thing is that she wants a present. She wants people to give her presents. And, you know, Merry, like Merry Christmas. Also Merry, like happy. I like the name Merry a lot. I think this is actually a name that also numbs my gums a little. So it goes above Sparky O'Shock and next to Bianca Berry. In fact, does it go above Bianca? No, not quite. I wonder if it... Do you think it's just, like, Airy numbs my gums? Whether Berry or Mary? I think Berry's a little better because I like... I don't know, doesn't Berry... Berry is very pleasing to say. Berry is very pleasing to say. Mary is too, but not quite the same. I was considering... We might go into that later. Yeah, we might go into that later. I was considering, like, doing a separate tier list. We'll do that. We'll see about that in a bit. Hopedishelps. Jacqueline Hopedishelps. I talked during the 2025 New Year's stream about her name and the joke associated with it, so I won't go too deep into it. But I like her name. I think it's good. I think it sort of... It makes one joke a little less funny that her name is Hopedishelps. But I think it's a funny name and it sounds good and it's interesting. Above Stand Deviation. Below Hot Air Balloon. No. below standard deviation. Above beta frog, below 50%. Nice. Unnamed little girl from Atlantis Must Drown. I like her character. Unfortunately, she goes with the no-names. The no-names and the demon. Unprincipled Assassin, we're up to. This is John Johns Evan. Now, I want to be clear about this. This is not John John Evans. That's not his name. He is not John John Evans. He is John Johns Evan. That's important. Because I like the name John John Evans. I think that's cool. It is. But John Johns Evan has a direct purpose. It has a direct purpose. I do like John Johns as a name. I think John Johns Evan doesn't flow super well, whereas like John John Evans flows really easily. John Johns Evan doesn't quite. Even though John Johns on its own I quite like. Let me show you the purpose. In Unprincipled Assassin, there is a joke. Only one. Now, there's a couple of jokes. But John Johns Evan joke is here. Spoilers for Unprincipled Assassin.
Batiti? Hey, what are you doing?
Me? What are you doing, John? John?
That worked a treat. Time to get you back to your original owner.
Well, if it isn't John Johns Evan, the master thief.
Fatiti?
So the joke, I'm sure you picked up on it, but the joke is, if it isn't John Johns Evan, the master thief. And it's like a kind of, and then the Halo theme plays. And so it's like, oh, if it isn't John 117, the Master Chief. But oh, if it isn't John Johns Evan, the Master Thief. You understand. So John Johns Evan is made to like be a spin on 117. Just for the sake of that joke. That's the whole point. Well, if it isn't John Johns Evan, the master thief.
Fatiti? Hey, what are you doing?
Me? Chimmaney quiz. For anyone here. If you're watching live, it's for you. If you're watching the VOD, it's for you later. You have to be honest. You have to think. You can pause if you like, but you have to think. I have used the joke of someone says Master Thief, and then the Halo theme plays in 2 other videos since Unprincipled Assassin. You can pause if you like, if you're a VOD watcher. If you're here live, you got a couple seconds. See if you can name them. Chimney quiz. Anyone can name them. I'll give you a hint. One of them was 2024. The other one was 2025, and we're only in February, so that makes it very easy. I'm going to show you. Opportunity's passing, and it would have already passed if I can find this video in my folder. You get an extra time? Okay. First one, well, second time it's happened. Magic Almighty.
First.
During May of 2024.
That's what I hired you to find. Yeah, well, I'm not a detective. I'm more of a fetcher. I can get things for you from dangerous situations, but actually locating them with no information... Are you sure I'm the guy you want to hire? Don't tell me Magic Almighty is incompetent. Well, try not to tell anyone that. I have chosen you for this job.
I might be in
And
the
if
wrong
you
spot.
succeed, you'll be rewarded with not only a significant sum of money, the only... alright, if that's how you want to do this. A detective. For cases like these, I generally hire an actual detective to assist me and split the profits. That won't be necessary. So much time has already been lost since the specimen was taken.
Hold on.
Losing any more... Right. Tried to... Dud, that was... The only known alien you from... The thing is,
Okay.
this was a mass unknown species.
Okay, here we
It's
go. Here we
crucial
go.
they
Sorry, it took
return
me a
to
second.
Right, so you want me to catch the thief, bring him back? That's easy. Who took him? I did not see the thief. Okay. What kind of ship were they in? I did not see their ship either. You're losing me. Whoever did this was a master thief. They left no evidence behind, no trace.
It's
Even
subtle,
the vault
you know.
shows no signs of being.
But there's
broken
the
into.
pause for emphasis. And then in Batman Isolated Crime Fighter, very hype moment in this video.
I don't.
You ask me a question.
Potassium thief. And door. It's the most advanced security system in the world. Hacking it open from the outside would take a master thief. And tap. Make sure I use the right swipey. Come on, Catwoman, you're a super
So,
criminal.
keep an eye out for that, Chimmaney viewers. I'll probably continue doing it. I've done it 3 times. Each separated by about 6 months. So, I don't know, see you in like 5 more months. Because what was it? It was, I think November 2023 was Unprincipled Assassin, then May 2024, then January 2025.
You may be. You're not getting through that door. It's the most advanced security system in the world. Hacking it open from the outside would take a master thief. And tap. Make sure I
Anyway.
use the right.
I wonder if anyone... with a lot of those kind of jokes, I like to think and kind of wonder from a viewer perspective. First of all, if they're being picked up. And second of all, if they're being picked up that, like... that's the 3rd time Chimney's done this, you know? Anyway, so John Evan, named so that I could say John Evan, the Master Thief, as a parallel to John 117, the Master Chief. I also do like saying John's, but John's Evan doesn't flow super easily. So, loses a couple points for that. I'd say between the hot air balloon and stand deviation. I'm going to move some of these guys down here. I think that's good. Jackie Smokes from Unprincipled Assassin. The other UOA staff member looking for a new principal for the University of Assassins. There's nothing to the name Jackie Smokes other than I like the way it sounds. There's no, like, hidden meaning or joke. I just like it. Jackie Smokes! It's fun to say. It's fun to say in John's Evans' voice. Yeah. But it's a good name. You know, you get points for being a good name. You get a lot of points for being a good name. It might even just be right here. But let me compare it to other things. Because there's, again, no joke behind it. But yeah, I mean, hot air balloon's a really good fit. This is a bit of a joke. I really like the name Jackie Smokes. I think that's awesome. So I think that's a good spot for her. Nish No Sass Fatidi. Now, this is interesting, and if you've been paying attention to this stream, this is the payoff to something set up earlier. So his name is Nish No Sass Fatidi. Nish Fatidi, by the way, like that's a real name. Like, Nish is a real first name, Fatidi is a real last name. They're not super common, at least in, like, Australia. So some people might not know. They might just think it's... Because, you know, some of these names aren't real names. They just sound kind of like they could be. Like, I mean, Hopedishelps would be an example, I guess. Or Boozle. You know, those don't really super sound like names. Buckwheat. Yeah. Like, you get it. Like, sometimes I just make sounds that are like names. Like Raunin from the Darkest Dungeon series. But Nish is a real first name, Fatidi is a real last name. Nish No Sass Fatidi is an anagram of... Oh, well, yeah, I'll just show you here first. Thief, not assassin. And that, I've already said spoilers for Unprincipled Assassin, so you're at your own peril. That's kind of one of, like, the reveals of the video, is that he's pretending to be an assassin, and he's applying for this principal role in the University of Assassins, but he's actually a thief, not an assassin. And Nish No Sass Fatidi is an anagram of that. And this is an example of me learning from my very early videos with Captain Charlie Wood. Wherever he is. Where is he? Oh, here. Where, like, no one was getting the how much wood could Chuck Wood chuck if Chuck Wood could Chuck Wood joke. No one was getting it. And also no one was going to get Nish No Sass Fatidi as, like, a anagram. And even if they did, this is also an anagram of assassin, not thief. Because that's how anagrams work, right? And it's like, no one's gonna get it. Like, maybe if I told you, hey, it's a 3-word anagram, you could get it. But if you don't even know you're looking for an anagram, and you don't know how many words it is, and then even if you get thief, not assassin, you could easily get assassin, not thief. You know, no one was gonna get it. And so even though part of me wanted to just have that be like a private little secret thing, I included in the video this.
The double-year salary, stolen from beneath the noses of the University of Assassins.
You just wanted to take the money and run. You were never going to be the principal.
No, but I was going to be paid like I was 2 of them, until you grew a conscience. You shallow-hearted assassins, always so morally righteous, looking down on the rest of us with your cushy jobs, never having to get your hands dirty.
That may be true, Nish No Sass Fatidi, but you've made a crucial error.
So I put
My
that...
horoscopes.
Also, I've mentioned this joke before, I think during the 2024 New Year's stream. But that just reminded me, and I don't think I gave this piece of information. He says, you shallow-hearted assassins. And my shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone out there will find me. Till then I walk alone. You know that? Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Anyway, so that's a setup for the ending.
You again, young man. There aren't many kind people left in this city.
You walk a path few would wish.
It's the only one I know.
So, him calling him a shallow-hearted assassin was actually, like, kind of a setup. Not really, because I don't think any first-time viewer would catch it. But it was kind of like a private for me setup / a, like, it's just, I just think it's funny. And I guess for repeat viewers, they might pick it up and have a little giggle. So, Nish No Sass Fatidi gets points for, you know, I mean, I started with thief, not assassin, and I wanted to make an anagram of it. And I managed to get an anagram that was a real name, Nish Fatidi, you know? That's impressive. That, like, I'm pretty good, right? I'm pretty good. Hey, not bad, kid. So I'm gonna stop saying kid. Obviously the no sass, you could argue that's a bit of a cheat, right? Because it's like, I mean, they're real words, right? But to have like the real name also have like an in quotes nickname between it, you could argue that's a cheat to make the anagram. But I mean, I worked with it, right? Like in the video, they mention like how he takes no sass from anyone, and he's like he'd be a good, disciplinary principal. I think this is a pretty high ranker. I'd say A tier at minimum. Above Hominy Thompson. Above Mr. Meanwhile. Above Mary, above Bianca Berry. I'd actually say above Chopper Pup. Whoa, I was not expecting... When I started saying what he was above, I thought he'd be like here. He's getting far in the world. Nish no sass fatiti. I may have underestimated you. Sorry to see Bianca Berry leave the top row. Hurts a little. Above Chopper Pup, yeah. I think that's real. Above Aiden Johns. I think Aiden Chance is a bit above. And I think it's based purely on the way it sounds. And again, we have set the precedent a bit. Oh, also Bianca Berry is still in the top row. Yay. We have set the precedent a bit that, like, names that sound better can rank over names that have more meaning or, like, jokes or complexity behind them. And I think Aiden Chance sounds better. Plus, it has, like, a little bit behind it. It's not just Aiden Chance. It's first name starts with A, last name starts with C, so that you can have the A, B, C thing, and then, A, B, C the other way. Plus, Aiden Chance is, like, a good luck charm, So it has stuff behind it, and I think it sounds better. This is the Ghost of Stealing's Future from Unprincipled Assassin. Not a crazy name, but, it's a workable name. B or C tier. What's Famine doing here? I feel like Famine should be maybe higher. Ghost of Stealing Future, probably above Antimut, below Elvis Presley. Shrink you guys down a bit. There we go. Ghost of Stealing's Future. The Big City. This is Peter Patter. Main character of A Valentine's Day Special. And his name is a joke on... Okay, well, I didn't need to type the P. I selected everything but the P so that I could skip the P, and then I typed the P anyway. What the hell, dude? Pitter-patter. Like people talk about the pitter-patter of a heart when someone's, like, excited or in love or whatever. So his name's Peter Patter. Little joke, nothing crazy, but it doesn't need to be. And it works, it's good, it sounds... good. Below Emily Moonsilver. Below Evil Father Christmas. Below Famine. I think Famine should be moved up to B tier. I'm gonna do it. I'm also gonna have to tinker a bit here. Emily Moonsilver should be higher than a lot of these people, actually. I've just left her there because she's been a big image. Emily Moonsilver is higher than, like, Owen Lewis. And all these other people. I think Emily Moonsilver is between Charlie Wood and Von Scott. I'm gonna say it. I did already. Actually, I'm not gonna say it. I have said it. When I told you I was gonna say it, I was telling a lie. I was fibbing. Evil Father Christmas. I think Evil Father Christmas should be above quite a few of these people too. Maybe between Hopeta Shelps and the 50%. So I'll just put him like right up here. Peter Patter should be... And then should Famine move up? I mean, Famine is better than... I'm also going to move some of these guys down because number 47 and number 3 are not staying in B tier. They have like a joke associated with them, but it's not enough. Yeah, they'll go like down here, to be honest, right at the bottom of C tier, I'd say. Below like the normal names of Agent Delancey, Penelope, Maria, but above Liam's twin brother, the Tea Gardener, Hat Guy. And then Famine, I think some of these guys should be high. I think also some of these should be C tier. I think there's going to be a large swap here, actually. I think some of these should be C tier. Not Sharon, actually. No, yeah. Because it is just kind of an ordinary name. The only thing it has going for it is the CA thing. And that's nothing crazy. Putsch should be a high C tier. Famine should be B tier. Erwin Lewis should be C tier. Bam should stay here. Alright, we're doing a big sort right now, dude. These guys, this is going to go to the top row of C, by the way. I'm just putting them here for now. I'd say these guys are like comparable to Hopeta Shelps and the Beta Frog. Von Scott's really fallen from grace, hasn't he? You used to be the man. What happened to you, dude? Ghost of Stealing's Future, I think C tier is the right place for that. But like above Putsch. Maybe. Yes. Like that. And then these two, just to kind of match so that I can group select them later and not have a problem. And then Von Scott, you know what, Von Scott's going to C as well. Top C, high C, but C nonetheless. Bam, not Buckwheat Grayson, Elvis Presley, Emily Moonsilver gets a lot of points for just like having a cool name. You know, that's all that's really going on there. Is that Moonsilver is cool. But how far does that get you in this life? Kind of far. I think that's like above... no, below Battleman. Above Famine. And I think Bam is going to get a promotion here, though. Bam below Pronto, above Battleman. Not Buckwheat Grayson, above Elvis Presley. Charlie Wood, I think, is definitely higher than this. Maybe like here. Lower than Evil Father Christmas, but higher than Hopeta Shelps. Because, you know, his name allows for the Alpha Bravo Charlie joke that happens. And it's also just like it sounds good. And then these guys might move down to C. I think they do. C is still good, to be clear. I would like... I know everyone has a different ranking system, And it's like, oh, what's a 5 out of 10? Is a 5 out of 10 like the starting point? Or is a 5 out of 10 awful? Like, C is, in my eyes, C is still good. In my eyes, it's like really League of Their Own. Very good. Kinda good. Good-ish. Kinda bad. Bad. You know? Or like not applicable. Which so far it's not applicable bad. You know? The waiter... Yeah, I mean, in a name tier list, the waiter isn't anything crazy. Lucy, I think, can stay. Just below Elvis Presley. The sludge can stay. The sludge... No, the sludge... The sludge can stay. The sludge can... The sludge can be above Elvis Presley. And so can Lucy. Lucy is only above the sludge because of, like, the, you know, fire Pokemon Team Sin Lucifer attributes going into it. The waiter is going to be moved to C. Erwin Lewis below Elvis Presley, bottom of B. Where does the waiter go? Where does the waiter fit in here? Below Sharon? We're seeing movement happening. Dude, get me a before and after picture. Unrecognizable tier list. Peter Patter really just came in and, like, started hemorrhaging. Mr. Assassin is probably comparable to the waiter. Antimut's going below Mr. Assassin. Mr. Assassin's going above Greed. Still below Desmond Irving. No, that's not what I clicked on. Cease. There we go. And you know what? This is going to come down here. Antimut's coming down. And then the waiter can go between Mr. Assassin and Greed. I think that's good. Let me shrink these guys. And then I'll just put you here to make it easier. Cool. Now, Peter Patter, with everything reworked and replaced. Peter Patter, comparable to Erwin Lewis. I would say like this. I think that's right. I think that works. Above the Ghost of Stealing's Future, below Erwin Lewis. Again, like, now we have enough. This is what I was saying at the start. We're like, that, what just happened was me figuring out, like, what each tier is. Now we have a good feel for it. Because... like, C, I think at the start, I felt like C was bad. And now I'm realizing it's like, well, no, it's just like, C can also just be like a normal name, right? Like, Erwin Lewis is a normal name with one joke tied to it where it's like win or lose. It's a pretty normal name. It's not bad, but it's not like exceptional, right? These two are exceptional. This is like standout good. And then this is just like regular kind of nothing crazy going on. Now boarding. This is Tessa. It's an ordinary name. I do feel like she looks like a Tessa. If her name in the game wasn't Ripley, I would have just let her have whatever name she had in the game. It would have been one of those cases. But like I've been saying, when a name has extreme associations with it, And those associations are very different from my character that I'm writing, I like to change it. And, you know, someone named Ripley in a game with the alien from Alien, you have certain expectations. And this is a former police officer who's retired and is like coming back on the force for one last job that only she can pull off. So she's Tessa. But it is just an ordinary name. So she's with the ordinary name crew. It does suit her face. Like, she looks like a Tessa. Giorgio, this is another ordinary name. I don't think this is this character's actual name in the game. Hold on. Alien Isolation characters. Is his name Giorgio? Or did I name him that? No, his name's Axel. That's right. So... Also, 4 chat messages just appeared all at once. Soviet girl, you say the carrot clears. Oh, did those just get posted, or is my chat being weird? Because if my chat's being weird, I need to look into fixing that. Did those just come through? Anyway, I named him Giorgio. I could have just named him Axel, but I felt like Giorgio was just fun to say. Especially in Tessa's voice. Giorgio? Giorgio! Oh my god, someone just killed Giorgio! We respect essential workers. I bow to Chim for making hour-plus videos. Well, you get ready to bow again, because it'll happen again soon when I get back to working on the big project. Right now I'm doing Pokemon stuff, but it'll happen. It might be weird. Did Soviet Girl post Carrot Clears S tier, no Z tier, like a minute ago? Or was that like 30 minutes ago? Because it just appeared for me when I was saying that. I hope that's not causing a problem, because during my Dishonored 2 streams, that was happening, but I assumed that was the game causing problems. But that happened once during my Deltarune stream, and if that's happening again during just like a I have Photoshop open stream, then I don't know. I don't know if that's an internet issue or if that's a YouTube Studio issue. Anyway, Giorgio, normal name, goes with the normal name crew. Samuels, normal name. In-game name is Samuels. Because, and I just kept it Samuels because I would change it to just an ordinary name for no reason. Bianca not being an S tier means you have to go demonstrate on the streets. Hey, don't worry about it, Route 2 Iris. This is a who has the best name tier list. This is not a character tier list. We're ranking Bianca Berry as a name, not as a character. Yeah, Samuels, ordinary name, didn't change it because people who played the game, it makes it easier for them to remember. So actually, it doesn't go with the normal name crew because it's a normal name that I also didn't change for the benefit of the video. So, I mean, Tepig goes above Catwoman. Come on. What was I thinking? I know I have the paws of Catwoman, but nah. Yeah, he goes with, like, Juniper and Gordon. I don't know if my mic picked up my stomach there. I apologize. You got something to say, mate? Something you want to say? That's what I thought. From the Less Robots and Now Robots series of videos. The Roboticist. So this is another character, you know, I kind of like that sometimes when some characters don't really have a direct name, you know? Like, when we're doing a name tier list, you know, this guy only being known as Liam's twin brother and the tea gardener, you know, they don't rank very high in the name tier list. But the roboticist is sort of similar, where it's, you know, people aren't going, oh, hey, Rachel, or something, you know, with a normal name. But, like, people say, hey, roboticist, come look at this. You know, like, her actual name is the roboticist, as well as it kind of being her role in the video. And I do like that. It puts it above, certainly, like, D tier, C tier. Did you ask about how I do my pixel art? You did not. Clarify what you mean with regards to how, and I'll read your chat message and answer it once I've finished ranking the roboticist, because I'm not sure quite what you mean by how I do. I just do it in Photoshop if you're asking software. But if you mean like how I like iterate on the versions or something, you know, you clarify what you mean, and I'll get to that in a sec. The roboticist, I like the name. I think it's cool and interesting. I also think it works for her wanted poster. You know? I think, like, Wanted, the roboticist. I think that's, like, a cool name for, like, an outlaw on a wanted poster. I don't have this one in real life printed and, like, on my wall. But I will at some point. It's on the list. Probably below... No, probably above Elvis Presley. Yeah. Probably below Charlie Wood, above Hopeta Shelps. Do I do it by myself? How's the process? What program? I do it by myself. I do everything you see in these videos by myself. The program, I just use Photoshop. Yeah, I can, we can take a little interlude briefly, and I can open up, well, I don't want you to see spoilers. Hold on, I'll just switch screens and make sure there's not spoilers. I'll open up something. I'll just show you some of my ones for Pokemon. Okay. These aren't really spoilers. I mean, you're going to see some things you haven't seen yet, but they're not spoilers. Unrelated to the question, but what about a Chimmaney character's power scaling video or well stream? You're legitimately watching it right now, Dio. I don't know what you expecting a Chimmaney power scaling stream to be. This is it. Like, obviously right now we're just doing who has the best name, and honestly that might be this whole stream because of how many characters there are. But it is very much my intention to do it, like, this tier list is taking an amount of time because by the nature of who has the best name, we're ranking like every character from every video. When we do like who is the smartest, we're only going to include like the 6 to 15 people who might be some of the smartest, right? Who's the strongest? Who's the best fighter? You know, we're going to be like, okay, well, you know, who fights, right? Buckwheat Grayson isn't going to be on that list because he doesn't really fight. he's capable, you know, he's disarmed people with revolvers before. But, you know, it's going to be like Emily Moonsilver. It's going to be like Jack of all trade. It's going to be Batman. It's going to be all the fighters. And, like, smartest is going to be Buckwheat Grayson, Bianca Berry, the roboticist. Anyway, so this is a little example. This is Aiden's sprite board. I have the credits here, actually. So there is a website called the Sprites Resource, which I use to get the raw sprites. The Sprites Resource is really good for, like, getting the sprites out of the game. And then, so here they're all isolated. Like, I get them just as images, and then here, well, actually, here they're not all isolated, because this is a new thing I made. What I use this for, this Photoshop, is I use it to make the Team Plasma versions of Aiden's thing. So, like, because in the intro, he throws this Pokeball, and in episodes where he's in his Team Plasma uniform, I need him in the Team Plasma uniform for that. So, this is what I use this for. I use this as, like, a thing. And then I just kind of, like, draw over it with pixels, if you're asking about the process. Like, I can show it better in other places, because this is just, I made this, I think, after, this is a couple episodes ago, because, you know, he's been in the Team Plasma uniform for a while now. I think I made this Photoshop thing after I had gone through and done all of these. And I did it for, like, posterity, and so that when he's in future clothes, I have an easy resource I can go to add things. Anyway, I also just want to point out Sprites ripped by Barraberry. I like to credit, in the description of all my videos, there are credits to everyone from the Sprites resource who ripped sprites from Pokemon Black that I used some for. Obviously, it's not super duper common for you to see a raw, like, you know, when's the last time Aiden looked like this? But, you know, I use it as a base, and it's very useful. That's so well done. Thank you very much, Root to Iris. You're a bit of a pixel artist yourself, so you like looking at this stuff? Sick. Sick. I've shown this kind of before. This is the one where I made Bam and Boozle. I haven't shown this directly, but what I have shown is, like, I made a community post about the process for, I think, episode 7? Let me check. Episode 7 community posts? Yeah. It's, though I think it's, yeah, no, here it is. Here, okay, cool. I can show you. If I, okay, I'm just gonna go back to this screen because I have this, that way I can just have it here. Window capture, where are you? There you are. And the window is this. Can you see it? No, you can't. Why is it just black? Maybe I need to add it as my window sound, not yours. Maybe I need to add it as a media file. But that would be weird, because you can do window capture for video files you open in a video application. Anyway, Pokemon Black, episode 7, visual resources, community posts. Okay, yeah. I made this community post with this GIF showing me, like, going through the different stages, and then comparing the first and final at the end, so you can kind of see, oh, hang on, let me, there you go. I can just click loop, so you can watch this for a little bit. I think Boozle turned out better than Bam. I'm probably still going to edit Bam quite a bit more. But, you know, you can see what's going on here. And then let me show you Boozle's. There you go. So you can kind of see here. I mean, I have all the versions. It's just that's the quickest way for me to switch through them. What I started with, if we're talking process, is I started with this kind of sketch where I literally just got a 1 pixel size brush tool and just kind of went like, okay, like head here, body here, you know, and it's got like the Team Plasma thing. You know, this is just what the sketch was. Hold on, is there an earlier version of the sketch even? Yes, there is. So oh no, maybe there's not. What did I start with? I don't know. There are multiple layers here. Anyway, something along the lines of this, where I just like did the outlines. I think Boozle's is a bit easier to see maybe, because it was less. And then like the color came later. Let me see if I can just move away layers until you can see. So it was something like this, where I was just like, okay, shoulder, arm, torso, head, hair, roughly on this with the hood. And then the colors came after. And I did like a rough eyes, and I copy pasted stuff from Aiden's existing Team Plasma uniform that I'd given him. And then I added the color. So that was the sketch. Then this was version 1. Version 2, you can see I Team Plasma logo and hair specific to focus on. And the shade of her forehead. And then I tightened it up a bit. You can see the arms. Here it's like a weird curve. Arms aren't like that, you know. Arms are straight line, bend, straight line. So I made that a little bit better. Then I brought her head down because I felt like her head was very vertically tall. Brought her head down. Moved her eye a bit. Added shade and like cheek shine. I don't know how well you can see this. And then added like eyelashes and changed the shape of the hood a bit, because you can see here that's a bit weird. I think her hood is still a bit weird. But yeah, also the hood is its own layer. You can see in the video because she takes it off. But, you know, that's there. This eye, by the way, is weird. I couldn't get a good version of this eye on a 1 pixel basis. So here they're joined together, by the way. But like when I'm actually using her portrait, I move this eye this way a bit, you know, like this way. But I move it less than 1 full pixel, you know, I don't move it. So anyway, so that it looks a bit weird, but in the actual portrait when it's being used, it's not a problem. The other thing is, so real quick, I'll just finish by saying, so that's kind of my process, is I start with like a rough outline of what I want, and then I iterate and I, you know, circle specific issues, and I, do any of these still have the notes layers attached? Yeah, so this is kind of one. So I added, after version 3, I wanted color on the hair and head. Oh no, maybe that was during version 3. I don't know. But yeah, so I just start with like an outline. Really good advice. It's not originally from me, but I've heard it before and it's really, really good. Is that it is easier to edit than to write. And what that means is, like, if you sit down and you try to write a perfect paragraph, it'll take you 10 days to even like want to get started. If you just write a paragraph and then go back, reread it, and edit it, you'll have a really good paragraph in like an hour. And I think it's the same sort of thing. I apply it at least to pixel art. I'm by no means a pixel artist. Everything I do is just me improvising and figuring it out on my own. Like I've never been formally trained or even followed like a video tutorial. But I think it's the same sort of thing where it's like if you just get the shapes there, if you just put the shapes there and then you have something to edit and improve, it is easier to improve it than it is to just make it. And so if you focus on just improving it, I think that's a good way to do it. And then this is just big. The other thing, if someone wants to kind of use me as a base for doing pixel art, I'll just give you this advice now because it's useful if you're using Photoshop, and this may be the case for other things. I'm just going to show you something real quick. Here is I'll just do like a little face, right? See that? Now watch what happens when I scale it up. That is what happens. That is known as bicubic interpolation. It's basically, it's good for when you're upscaling a photo because it like smooths the edges. It hides it being pixelated from upscaling a pixelated thing. It is terrible for pixel art. Almost every software that exists, video and image editing, defaults to bicubic. So in Photoshop, what you want to do when you scale it up is at the very top, there's interpolation : and then you select things. Change it from bicubic to nearest neighbor. And that's how you preserve it. So now it's upscaled. It's nearest neighbor, which just means it's good. Nearest neighbor also, it's worth noting, can lead to some pixels being fatter than other pixels. So if you want it to be like perfectly every pixel stays the same size as each other, make sure when you're upscaling it, it's a factor of 100. So for example, right now, I upscaled it to roughly the size this is like roughly the size I want, right? I want it roughly this size. I'm looking in the top right. This is 7,842%. So I'm just going to make it 7,800% flat. And that means now this doesn't cause problems. And that's really good because for some reason, when it chooses which pixels to make fat, it's not consistent. So what that means is if at this scale, this little character has like an outfit, right? And then I'm going to make a version of this outfit with like a tie, and it's like keeps some of it, but if you go like that and upscale it to a factor of not 100, sometimes like there will be a very noticeable like kind of issue here. It's hard to explain without giving you examples, and I don't want to like whip out all my old Pokemon stuff, like the learning experience, but basically things like recoloring a shirt on Sharon, like recoloring a shirt. These scarves are in progress, by the way. Also, give me your opinion real quick, guys. I don't know what shape to give Sharon's scarf. There's this shape, there's this shape, and there's this shape. And I don't know which one I like the best. 1, 2, 3. Let me know. But like, if I give him a shirt, if you upscale this on its own, the same amount as the rest of the body, but like on a different day than you upscaled the rest of the body, because the pixels will be randomly fatter or thinner, there is sometimes just like a really noticeable line where you can see the underneath pixel, and if it's in this example, it would be like a bright white line. It's bad. So you want to scale it up the same amount. It's also worth noting, if you want to scale up, like you do want to scale up for the sake of editing, because Adobe Premiere, my video editing software, is one of those softwares that defaults to bicubic interpolation. And there is no option. Here, there's the option of selecting nearest neighbor. In my video editing software, there is no option. So if I'm using a 20 by 20 pixel art image and the image file is 20 by 20, it will look terrible. So what I have to do is I actually have to scale every sprite up in Photoshop and then export them as its own file. So all of the sprites you see in Pokemon Black are made at the pixel art scale, but the actual images you're seeing are like 1080p images that I've scaled up in Photoshop so that I can bicubically, so that I can nearest neighbor scale them up and not like bicubically scale them up in Premiere. I hope that makes sense. You prefer 3 to 2 to 1? Let me remind myself. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like them all. I think this one, like, to be clear, these are first drafts. Like, I would make this look better. It's more about the shape than about the specific pixel art. You like it how I essentially made that I can put my sprites in the game itself? Me too. I've done a lot of work with like layers. Oh, well, that's an in-progress pink jacket, but you know, I've done a lot of work and all sorts of stuff. If you saw the inside of a Premiere folder of a Pokemon animation, I think you'd be surprised. Even having heard everything you just heard, I think you'd still be surprised exactly what's going on in there. Knowing it's about the shape, your opinion remains unchanged? Well, as they say, duly noted, right? Dual, jewel, root to iris, jewel, dual, duly noted. Yeah, all right. Thank you. There was something else I wanted to say about this before anything else. But yeah, so like I have stripes, and there's my stripe guide. So you can see there's an example. I want stripes on the shirt. It's rather than just like going and doing stripes, that's quite hard. Just like outlining where I want the stripes to be and then using that over the shirt parts is useful. And then here's like a floral pattern, and here's a black shirt. And now you can do the black shirt with the floral pattern. And here's a pale blue shirt. And here's the pale blue shirt with the black stripes. And the black polka dots, you know. Oh, I remember what I wanted to say. If you are wanting to learn pixel art, again, I'm just self-taught. I just learned by doing. I think I'm alright at it now. You know, I'm not anything crazy, but I think I can make anything I need to make. I would actually say really a good way to learn is actually to take existing sprites and recolor them. You know, to take like, because I think it taught me a lot about shading and how, you know, how the outlines work, how the colors work. To look at this orange vest and say, hey, I'm going to make it blue. You know, I'm going to make it black. I'm going to make it pink. It taught me a lot about like, okay, you guys might be buffering right now. YouTube's not receiving enough data to maintain smooth streaming, my bad. Hopefully that goes away. Last time that happened, it went away after a bit. But yeah, like, I think taking existing sprites that you like and just recoloring them is a really good place to start learning. Because, like, now I know how to do a good outline, and, you know, I can, if I open this, might be some spoilers, so I'm going to hide it. You know, as I was showing you earlier, the saber-toothed tiger and woolly mammoth sprites that are in progress, I like, you know, the shading here isn't done, obviously, but you can kind of see with the outlines, like, you don't notice the outlines as a problem, which is what you want. You know, you want to not notice the outlines, because they're, like, because I spent so much time recoloring outlines that I now kind of have an understanding of, like, oh yeah, you know, it's good if you have, like, a kind of gradient with the darker ones at the top, generally, when it's, you know, doing this. And, you know, you can separate the shadows a certain way, and yeah. So I'd say that's a good way to learn, is starting with pixel art you like, recoloring it, and then once you're feeling good about that, moving on to reshaping it. So for example, with Sharon, you know, very early it was just like, here's a gray Y on his shirt, and, you know, there's a bit of shadow, but that's all. And then after that, it was like, hey, I'm going to give him a collared shirt that is, like, completely invented, you know? I just invented this, and then here's, like, a bunch of different ties that he can wear, you know? And so that, like, start with recoloring a sprite, and then reshape a bit and add your own thing on top of it. And then after that, move on to, you know, making your own sprites completely from nothing, which I guess, like, Bam and Boozle would be a reference from that. But, that, you know, they're not completely from nothing, because I had the other sprites to use as a reference, you know, that I had been working on. Aiden's Team Plasma Hood, by the way, like, I would definitely improve the shape of it if he ever had it up. But he only had it up for, like, 1 second when he first put it on, and then he pulled it down. Obviously, like, I'm not satisfied with this hood, but he never wears it anymore, so it doesn't even matter. Anyway, there's a little, I hope that answered your question. Basically, my process is get a shape in place and then iterate on it and improve it until it's what I want it to be. The warning about buffering has disappeared, so hopefully that's fixed. The other engineer from No Robots / Less Robots. Love the character, but we're not ranking the character, we're ranking the name. I think, you know, sisters with the roboticist. Really, it's the same thing as the roboticist. No, because the roboticist is a name on a wanted poster, and people say, that, oh, it's the roboticist. People just say, oh, it's that other engineer. You're that other engineer. It's not, like, directly her name. I think lower than Hopeta-Shelps. Man, these names are kind of stacked. I got a lot of characters with good names. I keep going down the list being like, well, no, that's a good name, that's a good name, that's a good name. Above Lucy, below not Buckwheat Grayson. Mega Man, that's his actual name. It gets the benefit of, in the video, they mention that the roboticist made her robots with a mega processor. She custom upgraded a mega processor to make them. So it, like, adds a reason that his name is Mega Man, you know? It's like, it's a crucial part to him having consciousness, but it is still just his name. So, loses points for that. Above Catwoman, below Tepig. Grandbot. I think in-game he's just called Gramps, and he's not a robot, by the way. Believe it or not, this guy is not a robot with the metal plate and the, like, flat green eyes and the, like, bolts for a jaw. He's not a robot. He's like a regular... They're not humans. I think they're called carbons in the game. The game's got weird lore. Anyway, but he's Grandbot. The roboticist made him first. And I like the name Grandbot. It's like robot and grandpa mixed into one. And I also like the kind of parallels of Grandbot, Mega Man, you know, Grand Mega. Like, it's a good kind of pairing. It's a good name. Comparable to Boozle and the Hot Air Balloon. I will do this, this, this. Squeeze you in there. Monkey robot. It, you know, as the monkey robot would say. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing crazy, but he had to be here. Some of these characters, by the way, are here because they will exist on a different tier list later, right? Like, Clay doesn't need to be on the best name tier list, but he's gonna be a factor in other tier lists. And so, while we're doing names, we may as well rank everyone who's, like, relevant in a video. Below Samuels, above Seth. Is that fair? Weirdly, that feels right, even though Seth and Samuels are, like, comparable. You thought you were ranking the pixel art smile for a second? No. My overly clingy mech? Chatterbox. I love Chatterbox as a name. I especially love it as a name for a mech. I've talked about this in the 2024 New Year's live stream. Chatterbox is awesome. Like, I love any mech. Because, you know, he's a mech. He is a box. You get inside the box. And he talks. He's a chatterbox. You get in the box to pilot the mech. Fantastic name. A tier at a minimum. Above Hominy Thompson. Above Mr. Meanwhile. Above a lot of these. I think top of A tier. Maybe even S tier. Is Chatterbox S tier? For a name? Remember, we're ranking this on names, right? So the fact that it's like, you know, he's appeared in 3 videos. He's appeared in 3 videos. He's a really funny character. He's seen great character development. Had a lot of funny moments. He's been in 1 video that was like 12 minutes. Doesn't matter. We're just ranking the names here. 2025 New Year's livestream part 1. Well, no, this was in the 2024 New Year's livestream. 2025 New Year's livestream part 1 was the other one. And we're still going to do part 2 in March, by the way. Once this Pokemon video's out the way. And then we'll talk about, like, Batman Isolated Crime Fighter and stuff. I think this is either very top of A tier or S tier. I think it's S tier. I love Chatterbox as a name for a mech. I honestly think it belongs there. We might move it later, but I really like it. Troublemaker, also from my overly clingy mech. You forgot to watch the Titanfall video? How long have you been around the channel, Dio? You know, I never really have a good frame of reference for that. Because a lot of the time people only start commenting or appearing in live stream chats like a couple months after they've been around. And obviously I don't know that they've been around until they start commenting or appearing in live stream chats. Troublemaker. I like the name. Comparable to Boozle. Either below Hominy Thompson or below Boozle. I think above Hot Air Balloon. I like Troublemaker. Hot Air Balloon is like clever and funny though. It might be between Grandbot and Hot Air Balloon. You've been watching since 2023? Oh, so just like after July then, because Not So July was when Titanfall 2 video happened. Yeah. Between Grandbot and the Hot Air Balloon. I kind of like the way this is looking, by the way. Doesn't this feel... Like, I feel like this looks, like, interesting and good. Where it's, like, kind of like an organized mess. The genie from Under Arrest. Chimmaney. He's not got a name, but he's just the genie, so he ranks low on this, but, like, just wait till we get to the who would win in a fight tier list, dude. Because the genie's coming out swinging. That time I posted my highlight on the subreddit was what got you to watch the Pokemon videos. I've posted a few of those, so I'm not sure which one you mean, but I understand it was, like, a year and a half ago, so I'm sure you don't remember. Even still, I you know, it's good to get like a kind of rough estimate. I like knowing facts. I don't know, I'm just a curious fella. The genie, yeah, his name is just the genie. He's not, you know, that's not even his name. It's just his name isn't said. Comparable to Monkey Robot. No, but Seth is higher. Monkey Robot is higher than Seth because Monkey Robot's kind of funny. These are the real names of the characters. But Genie doesn't really have a name. Genie belongs like here with these no names. Darkest Dungeon. Okay, this is the last one that is like huge. We have a lot of videos still to go. But this is the last one that's got like a hell of a lot of characters. Like a hell of a lot. For you, it was the Gets a stand-up bit specifically that got you. Forever changed you, the character. That's awesome. I love hearing stuff like that. Like I remember after the Darkest Dungeon series was done, during the Darkest Dungeon director's commentary stream, someone in chat said that they started calling their occultists Simon Quickers and Rownins. Because the two occultists in my series were Simon Quicker and Rownan. And that was, like, awesome. It's crazy to think that, like, somewhere across the globe, someone is saying the word Chimmaney out loud. Or I'm asleep and someone is watching a Chimmaney video. Or someone is playing a video game and thinking about Chimmaney. Or I'm, like, working on a Pokemon video and someone's watching Spare the Rod. You know, it's real. I love it so much. I love that things happen and I get to be a part of them sometimes. Darkest Dungeon. We're going to go through this quickly because these are a lot of characters and I don't think there's a lot to say about all of them. There's definitely things to stop and say about some of them, but not all of them. So this is Dismas. Dismas and Reynold, I didn't change their names. These are the default names of these characters. I never changed Dismas and Reynold's names in my Darkest Dungeon playthroughs because, well, things. But if you're like involved in Darkest Dungeon, you kind of know that they're like, it's cool. You always start with a highwayman named Dismas and a crusader named Reynold, and anyway. So they're cool. But I did just use the default names, and they lose points for that. Even if I did it because it's cool and I do it in Darkest Dungeon every time. We'll put it above Poison Ivy for these two, but I didn't change their names. Sally Grimm. This is an awesome name. This is a top tier name, especially for a Plague Doctor mask. Someone in a Plague Doctor mask named Sally Grimm. Are you kidding me? Brilliant. Brilliant. Easy, like, A tier at a minimum. Either above or below 8 enchants. Which is it? Above. And above Dr. Justice. Yes. Yes, that's controversial. I'm not even sure I agree with it. I feel like that is wrong, but logically thinking about it, I'm like, that is right. Naomi, just an ordinary name. It's a good name. It's like Penelope. It's a really, if you name your daughter Naomi, you've done a good job. But it is just an ordinary name. So it goes with the other ordinary names. Barry and Graham, aka Berries and Cream, get points for those, but they lose points for not being Barry and Graham, because that would have been funnier. Like, oh, Barry and Graham for Berry and Cream. The fact that it's Berry and Cream, like, that's not a real name. Still gets points. B tier. Above Troublemaker. We're just going to put these here for now. Nice and quick through the Darkest Dungeon ones. I don't want to take too long. You're very glad you did not... What? Oh, this is about answering DO. Has anyone ever had sleep paralysis? I've not. And Iris is very glad they've not, because their friends have multiple times now. It's horrible. I'm not really super sure on what it is. I know it's like you can't move and you like hallucinate like something scary, right? Like standing somewhere. I'm not entirely sure on like how it works. And you like feel like a weight on your chest, right? And that's originally where nightmare came from, because it felt like there was a mare like on top of your chest in the night. Hidden Atrocity. Good name, but nothing crazy. Below Bam, below Battleman, below Moonsilver, below Famine, above Not Buckwheat Grayson. Well, that fit perfectly, so good thing I made that choice. Kringle, great name, great character. Kringle works for a jester. It works for having bells. It's a good name, fits him. Rock solid. Comparable to Boozle. I'd say above Hot Air Balloon, below Boozle. Cutie Una. I like the name. Above Barry and Grimm. Below Hot Air Balloon. There's not much to it besides just being like a good name. Norman Goodman. We got a big Kringle fan. That's also, by the way, that's really cool, Iris, that you came from the Pokemon series, but have evidently watched the Darkest Dungeon series. Because I don't know how many people that's true for. That they, like, arrived quite a bit after the Darkest Dungeon series was finished and went back and watched it. So that's really nice to know that it has happened. Norman Goodman. I love that name. Darkest Dungeon 2 video information. It's not in progress. It will be at some point, but it feels like... I honestly, I might not be able to do the Darkest Dungeon 2 video until the channel is, like, kind of large in terms of numbers, which is unfortunate. But it's just, I know it's going to be such a huge time investment to do it the way I want to do it. And it feels like it would be irresponsible of me to make that time investment instead of making like 2 Pokemon episodes or like 4 videos for me to make one Darkest Dungeon 2 video while I'm at this point, you know? But anyway, so he's Norman Goodman. In Darkest Dungeon 2, I have plans and stuff written down. Little teaser, my man-at-arms is going to be named Guy Chapman. It's like, Guy Chapman, you know? It's like, it's just man 3 times, you know? If you ever meet a mailman named Guy Chapman, then you know you've struck gold, dude, because holy smokes. You like familiarizing yourself with the history of artists you get into? It's cool to see how they progress, or the progress they've went through and how they've developed. Kind of helps notice things in the thing that made you originally fall in love too, so it feels really rewarding. Well, that's bloody awesome to know, and I just got called an artist. Feeling on top of the world. No, that's awesome. I try to make the channel... You know, I take pride in my backlog, I really do. And, like, it's important to me, you know, I would delay a video. I've talked about this a billion times, but I would rather delay a video as long as it takes to make it good than just put it up, because the time before it got put up will only exist for a brief period, and the worst video will exist forever. I have a lot of pride in my backlog. And I also try to make the channel accessible on multiple levels. So it's like you can watch one video once and have a good time. You can just watch the Pokemon series and no other videos and have a good time. You can watch everything I upload, everything I have uploaded in the past, and every live stream VOD and have a good time. I like there to be like multiple levels people can engage with the channel and none are kind of excluded, you know? None are like... Oh, well, I would watch every single video, but he keeps repeating stuff for new viewers, and it ruins it for me because I already know that stuff, and I just have to skip like 3 minutes of him talking because I already know what he's talking about. Or, well, I am a new viewer, and he's not explaining anything, and so I don't get anything that's going on, you know? Like, for example, every Buckwheat Grayson video is a standalone video. So... But it's also enjoyable. If you have seen every Buckwheat Grayson video, you can see the growth and everything. But if you're watching one for the first time, it works. Anyway, point is, I do put a lot of thought and effort into trying to make it so people can engage with the channel on multiple levels. And it's very, very rare for me to get confirmation that that is happening. And so it's very cool, Iris, that I have confirmation that it's happening one more time. I think that brings it to a total of 2. But, you know, it could be happening a lot more times. It's just I don't necessarily know about it every time. Norman Goodman. Good name. Nothing crazy. Could go either way between these two, but I'll put him there. Odd Bottler. Brilliant bloody name. Love the name Odd Bottler. Absolute winner. A tier at least. I think this is a good spot. Nikki Jackson. Good name, but an ordinary name. No joke behind it. No special stuff behind it. Just a good name. My musketeer in Darkest Dungeon 2, when that comes out, might be Jackie Nixon for a joke. But Nikki Jackson goes... Well, I feel like this needs a bit of a reorder. Because Catman and the 50% should definitely be higher. I'm going to put Troublemaker here. Stand deviation here. I think that's good. Lady Rosiette, aka Rosa. Good name, Lady Rosiette. I like it. Suits her. Nothing crazy going on there. Honestly, you like to see the Pokemon series and the one-off rambling/science videos? I like making them. I definitely prefer the Pokemon videos and my normal videos to the Chimmaney talking videos, but I do like the Chimmaney talking videos as like a different thing. I think if I was doing the same thing all the time, I wouldn't be. You know what I mean? Lady Rosiette, good name, nothing crazy. Between Barry and Grimm and Norman Goodman. Spiral Artist, good name, interesting, fun to say. Next to Nikki Jackson, above Cutie Una. Speedrun time. Simon Quicker. I like the name a lot. I love Quicker as a last name. I think that's cool. But it is a decently ordinary name. Above Norman Goodman. Below Cutie Una. Jasper. This is a true ordinary name. This one might just be a C. Yeah. Just an ordinary name. Nothing crazy. Next to Naomi. So there's going to be another stream later. Yes, there will be. This is going to be the last stream for February, because I'm going to really need to lock in on the Pokemon video and the Valentine's Day special. But in March, there's going to be New Year's Part 2. And then at some point following, and I don't know the order these will happen in, but there's going to be Deltarune Chapter 2 streams all in a row. And the real power scaling stream, where it's like more categories than just this. Andrea Singh, really good name. Love the last name Singh, love the first name Andrea. Put them together, you get a really good name. But it is just an ordinary name. Here. Those aren't 3 dates in the community post. That's the same time across 3 different time zones. GMT, EST, and AEDT. AEDT is my time zone. So that's just so people could know when the stream was going to start. Pollock. Love Pollock. Really good name, especially for like, you know, a splatter artist. Maybe A tier. Yeah, I think better than Boozle as a name. Between Merry and Sparky O'Shock. Cora, good name, but Cora is just an ordinary name. You know, again, name your child Cora, you're doing a good job as a parent. But also, like, it, you know, not going to compare to, like, the variable carrot. Split Six. I really like Split Six as a name and as a character. My Windows sound, not yours. Split Six is a really good name. I think A tier. Below Hominy Thompson, but above Boozle and Crinkle. Praxia Snow. I like the name. It's a good name. It's a good, like, regal name. It's a good, like, marksman name. It's a good military leader name. It's a good sniper name. It's a good have white hair name. Between Boozle and Kringle. Actually, is Kringle better? Kringle might be better. Yeah, Kringle's better. And Hot Air Balloon's better. What am I doing? Hot Air Balloon's better than Kringle. Kringle's better than Catman. 50% is awesome. Praxius, no. Oh, right next to Nicky Jackson. Look at that. Trunk Chopper. Good name, but nothing crazy. Probably high C tier. Between Owen Lewis and Von Scott, I would say. Nice. Jack Maniac. I am a huge fan of the name Jack Maniac. I love this name, especially for an actual maniac like Jack Maniac. You can't beat it. Jack Maniac is... I think S tier. I think Jack Maniac's an S tier name. I was thinking high A tier, but no. Jack Maniac's really good. Is it better than Chatterbox? For a mech? A mech named Chatterbox or a maniac named Jack Maniac? It might be slightly better. I really like Chatterbox as a mech name, but... Raunin. Good name. Especially, like, good made-up name. But, you know, nothing crazy. Between Ghost of Stealing Future and Lieutenant Putsch. And some of these people might go there as well. That are just, like, cool names. Like, Andrea Singh. Andrea Singh probably goes here. Also, I noticed that I put Trunk Chopper lower than Owen Lewis when I said between. But I think that's actually the right place for him. Nicky Jackson's gonna go here. I think these should be kept to special names, like Praxia Snow, Spiral Artist. Yeah, I think that's right. Amelia Banks, really cool name. Also an ordinary name, like a real person could be named Amelia Banks, and their parents wouldn't have mistreated them. But it is an ordinary name. On par with Andrea Singh. Nicky Jackson is cool, but it's a little less cool. Nearly done with the Darkest Dungeon ones. Dominique. Good, but ordinary name. Like next to Cora, I would say. Oh, we're really getting some shrinkage now. Number 47 and number 3 have moved quite a lot. They started like high B tier, didn't they? Hard Rock Yamaki. Not a very prominent feature in the Darkest Dungeon series. She kind of just had a tapeworm and asked for extra bread. But it's a cool name, Hard Rock Yamaki. Above Lady Rosiette? Above Lady Rosiette, below Norman Goodman. Hopscotch. Very minimal feature. Cool-ish name, but nothing obscene. I'm gonna say like this. Below Grandbot, below Jackie Smokes, below John Jones Evan, above Troublemaker. Might leave soon, sleep problems and all that. No worries at all. Take care of yourself, mate. Ibracia. Ibracia might not have even been in the Darkest Dungeon series. I don't remember. I definitely mentioned her as like Abracia has arrived. She definitely had no dialogue. She might have only ever gone on one mission, and I like briefly talked about it, and she had no standout moments. But hey, Abracia, not bad. I'd say it's comparable to Raunin as far as made-up names go. Where did I put Raunin? There. Yeah. Similar sort of placement, I think, is fair. Pearl, ordinary name, good name, but ordinary name. Goes with the other ordinary good names. The Mad Prophet, I didn't really name him, but there is the joke where it's like, you know? Again, this is one of the characters who's more here for like the other power scaling tier lists we're going to do later. But I have to include him in the name tier list, because the name tier list is every character. Obviously D tier with the rest of the people who don't have changed names, or only have very slightly changed names. I think he belongs with Watson and Sherlock, where it's like not changed, but also that's for a reason, you know? Like, that's the name of the boss fight. So that's his name. I think that's fair. And the Ringmaster. Didn't change her name at all. It's sort of for a reason. I'll put her there. That makes sense. And we're done with Darkest Dungeon. Whew! We can slow down and catch our breath. Death of the Author is next, and what a lovely little subfolder this is with 3 characters in it. Hold on, let's just look at it. You ready? Get ready. Wow. That makes a difference. This is the Devil Boy from Bible 2 in Death of the Author. Only ever referred to as the Devil Boy. Nothing crazy. Probably comparable to these guys. I think it's time we shrunk Hat Guy down. And he's just below Devil Boy, I would say. And Devil Boy's below the Tea Gardener. This, also Death of the Author. This is the old-ass man. Who is the character written by Rhett Brooke. He's only ever referred to... He refers to himself as an old-ass man. And no one else ever calls him anything. Yeah, he can be, like, below Ringmaster. He gets points for being funny. No, he gets points for being funny. He's below Sherlock and Watson, but he gets points for being funny. And then this is the author from Bible 2, one of the 3 authors of Bible 2. Specifically, he wrote the Devil Boy stories. He is never given a name either. Again, I try not to fill the viewer's head with useless information, you know? Like, if I had every video, every character was specifically called by a name, it would be good for filling out, like, a Chimmaney wiki trivia thing, but it wouldn't be good for a viewing experience, so I'm not going to do it, because I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm watching this video, Death of the Author, and here are these 3 authors, Ralph, Murdoch, and Clark. And it's like, who's who? Who's you know. I don't want to just fill viewers' heads with junk information that's not useful. This is Prince Arthur, from The Frog Prince and the ESS. He's Prince Arthur, but he says, but call me Art. You can call me Art. Oh, and then I burp. Yeah. But you can call me Art. Being a prince and named Prince Arthur is like a little thing, because obviously Prince Arthur of myth. And then also art, and he's doing paintings. You get points for that, right? You're doing paintings and your name's Art. Not bad, kid. I know I said I'd stop saying kid, but I don't know. I'm going to stop saying kid eventually. You'll know when you see it, okay? There's something I have to do first to get it out of my system. Prince art. There's something to it. There's some substance there, but it's not, like, insane. Probably above Simon Quicker, below Cutie Una, I think is fair. Okay. Wild card time. Wasn't sure where to put this. Randomly put it between some videos. Chimmaney. The name Chimmaney. So, I really like the name Chimmaney. You know, saying kid is funny. I agree. I at least need to cut back. Okay? I mean, I've only done it like twice this stream, but you don't know how many times I've nearly said it. And I stopped it. Chimmaney. So, I really like the name Chimmaney. I didn't pick it randomly. This isn't a username I, made when I was 6 and I'm just living with. I made it intentionally when I was an adult. I think. What year was it? Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I was an adult. And I, brainstormed a few different names and I chose Chimmaney. I really like Chimmaney. I think it's fun in your mouth. I think it's fun to say. I like saying, I had a joke with my friend for a while where I'd, join a voice call and be like, hey guys, famous Chimmaney here. And then that kind of evolved into anytime I introduce myself in a video, I'm adjective Chimmaney. Hey guys, adjective Chimmaney here. Let me see. I can probably just nab a few quick examples real quick.
What's the news, everybody? This is Lovebird Chimmaney. Bloody lovebirds. Hollow bones. Hey, what's up, guys? Evil Chimmaney here. Do you know what day it is today? That's right. It's the 10th and... Hey guys, Deathly Scared Chimmaney here. I got another spooky story to chill your bones with. I just heard about this one, and I'm still shaking over it. You know ghosts? Yeah, well, not to scare you early or anything, but this one's about... Hey guys, Criminal Chimmaney here. It's Chimmaney. They finally got me. I mean, it took 12 fully armed SWAT officers in a police helicopter, along with 3 police dogs, 1 police bear, 4 very fast... Hey guys, Shivering Chimmaney here. There's a chill in the air. You don't come into the office very often.
I don't think this has one.
I love that guy.
No, that one doesn't have one. One of the Chimmaney talkings is Curious Chimmaney.
Knock knock, who's there? It is a
Not that
demon. There is a demon at my door right now waiting for me to open it. Could be a mischievous fairy. The magical creature does not matter to this story. What matters is that I'm about to enter a conflict with... Alright, listen up. I've been thinking about this on and off for maybe a year. Dude, I love that guy.
I don't know.
Honestly,
anyway, you get the point. Adjective Chimmaney. And I do that because Chimmaney is fun to say and amusing, and I find it funny. Only a little funny. It's not going to make me laugh. It's going to make me happy. However, there is a weakness to the name Chimmaney. And that is the only way to shorten it. And it's a 3-syllable name, so you have to shorten it, right? Nobody's saying a 3-syllable name. You can get away with saying a 2-syllable name. No one's saying a 3-syllable name. The only way to shorten it is Chim. There's nothing else you can do. You could go like Manny, and say it like that. That's not good, and that's very forced. You could say Chimma, and that's like Chuma, right? Oh, hey, Chuma. Hey, what's up, Chuma? Don't call me Chuma. The only way you can shorten it is Chim, right? It's either Chim or make up a nickname unrelated to the sounds of Chimmaney that is 1 syllable, right? Like maybe you think I'm, really into Pepsi. You could be like, hey, Pepsi. Hey, what's up, Pepsi? A nickname unrelated to the name. A nickname related to the name, you can only do Chim. You're saying Chimmy, AM? I guess you could do Chimmy. I don't think anyone would do Chimmy, though. Not anyone in their right mind. Not anyone I would want to associate with. Anyway, I bring this up because I knew, when I made the name Chimmaney, I knew it would be shortened to Chim. I knew it would. But the thing is, I really didn't like Chim. I didn't like the way Chim sounded. I don't know if it reminded me of chum and like fish guts, you know? I didn't like it at all. I knew it was just a sacrifice I was going to have to make because I liked the name Chimmaney. I wanted the name Chimmaney. I am now used to Chim, okay? So you don't need to feel bad if you call me Chim in like a comment or a live stream chat. I'm used to it. I might even like it a bit now. I might. I'm not sure. Worst case scenario, I'm neutral to it, though. And I might even have a positive opinion of it. But it took me a long time to get there, and I knew it was coming. I knew it would, like, one day someone's going to call me Chim. And we're long past that day now. It's been happening for like a year or so. And there was an adjustment period there. All the same, Chimmaney is very fun to say. I don't want to put myself in S tier. It feels egotist, you know? Hey, Chimbo, don't you dare. I think A, below Sally Grimm, above Bianca Berry. Chimney is very fun to say. It makes my gums go numb. It's in that same kind of realm where I lose feeling in my gums. Halo! So far, VOD watchers, just so you know, the only Halo video is Halo Combat Evolved. I mean, there's also ODST, but that's kind of a different thing. You might remember, earlier in the stream, I pointed out Doug Maestro was a name here. It's the only other name I've used from that list. It's Doug Maestro and Moonsilver for Emily Moonsilver. You'd put me in S tier? Thank you, Iris. Very kind. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm better than Sally Grimm, to be honest. This is Doug Maestro. When I was making this Halo video, I struggled for a while because I didn't want him to be Master Chief. Obviously, Master Chief is a rank, right? Like, it's a character, but also you can be, like, a Master Chief. But I didn't want him to be Master Chief because I wanted to break the associations, you know, as I talked about with some of these other characters. When my version of a character is extremely different from the existing version, I don't want to give them the same name because I don't want the viewers to go into it with those associations. So I didn't want him to be Master Chief, but I wanted it to be kind of reminiscent of Master Chief. And I was thinking, like, well, what can you do there, right? Master Sergeant. No, that's stupid, right? Like, it can't be another rank. It would sound really unnatural and weird if he was just another rank. It needs to be a name. But what is there, you know? It could be like Mr. Chief is like an established Halo joke in the community, but like it could be like Mr. I don't know, something that sounds like Chief, but like a first name. But his name is Doug Maestro. Saved by that old name in the Darkest Dungeon TXT file. Because Maestro is like Master Chief, right? Maestro. And I like that. And then obviously his twin sister, Joyce Maestro, who immediately dies and becomes a ghost. So he gets good points for that. I think he's comparable to Boozle. He might be above Boozle. Doug Maestro, Boozle. No, Boozle's above. It's close, but Boozle's above. But he's above Hot Air Balloon. Even though Hot Air Balloon is, like, really fitting to the character. I like Doug Maestro is good. Joyce Maestro, there is an extra layer. It's not just the last name Maestro because they're twins, you know, they're siblings, they have the same last name. It's also Joyce. Okay, so this is a bit of a deep cut. But Cortana from Halo, who this obviously is named after Cortana, which is a sword that belonged to Charlemagne, I believe. And that sword was made... Like, the ore that made that sword was used simultaneously by the same smith to make 3 swords. One of the other swords was called Joyous, and so she's Joyce. So Charlemagne's sword was Cortana, which is Cortana. Joyous was another sword made in the same batch, Joyce. I want to say this connection didn't just come from me. With Halo Infinite, people theorized that the weapon's name would be Joyce because of this. Like, I didn't make this connection myself, but I was just, like, aware of it. And so that's why her name's Joyce. And she's Joyce Maestro. And even though that connection didn't come purely from me, or, like, really at all from me, I like it. I think it's good. And she gets points for it. Where does she go? The Maestro contributing to Master Chief, I think, gives more points than the Joyce contributing to Cortana. But I'd say between Catman and Kringle. I think that's fair. This is getting a real mess. We are nearly done. We're not nearly done. We're nearly done. Itemized curiosity. Anyone who doesn't know, this character's actual name is Guilty Spark. And the monitors, so he's a monitor. In Halo, the monitors all have names like this, where it's, Guilty Spark, Mendicant Bias, what was, there's one, the one from Halo 2 is, what's the one from Halo 2? Who, like, betrayed, Penitent Tangent. So they're all these kind of like 2-word sort of things that itemized curiosity fits into. And I just like that. I like that it fits. Is a bit funny to give a camera drone the initials IC. I didn't even think of that AM. That's really clever. I might use that when he reappears in Halo 3. Maybe, if there's an opportunity, because I like that. That's clever. And he's like an eyeball shape, too. There probably won't be an opportunity, but it's still a clever joke. Well done. Below the 50%, below Praxia Snow, below Spiral Artist, above Cutie Una. Magic Almighty. I love the name Magic Almighty. Talked about this in the 2025 New Year stream part 1. I think A tier, but where? I think above Aiden Chance. I think above Dr. Justice. I think Dr. Justice, I feel like not above Dr. Justice, because of how much I like the character. But this is a name tier list. And I love Magic Almighty. First name Magic, last name Almighty. That's awesome. I love that he's like a con man, kind of. A space con man. And Magic Almighty is like the perfect name for that. I think that's brilliant. Yeah, he belongs there. Unnamed Client from Magic Almighty goes with the other unnamed people. He's here for other tier lists in the future. But, the best named tier list includes every character. The Sun Loser from Magic Almighty. Obviously, that's not his real name, but Magic Almighty put him in his contacts as Sun Loser after he paid Magic Almighty to make the sun disappear, and Magic Almighty did that by waiting for nighttime, collecting his payment, and leaving quickly. I like Sun Loser. Because it's just so, like, weird. It's, like, weird and mean, you know? It's like, what the hell, Magic? Between Barry and Grimm and Lady Roseate, which is unfortunate, because that's going to be really hard to make happen. Maybe not that hard. Maybe a little hard, I don't know. I think that's fair. There the Sun Loser goes. Portal. Diana Fire. Obviously, her joke being die in a fire. She does kill Sape AI in a fire. And the die in a fire joke comes up several times. It's also a joke, you know, that's kind of just, for me, a personal reference to, like, I don't know, like, 10 plus years ago. It's like a joke that was in my head, and I've been waiting to name a character die in fire. So at least B tier. Magic Almighty's so funny. Hell yeah. Glad you like it. Die in fire above Hard Rock Yamaki. Above Norman Goodman. Above below Simon Quicker. Sape AI. Obviously, like, sapien, and, you know, Homo sapien. And she's a robot designed to be a human. So that's that going on. Good name. I like it. I don't really think I could come up with a better name for her. Especially with the role she's filling. High B tier. Above Itemized Curiosity, below Spiral Artist, I would say, for Sape AI. I might try to shrink these a bit, just so that he's not sticking over the edge so much. Good old Captain Charlie Wood. Will, short for Will to Live, because he's the Will to Live module, which they attached to Sape AI when they were figuring out, like, the 4 core human traits. He was rejected, unfortunately. Good name. Name serves a purpose. I don't know if people were consciously aware of this, but if you watch that video, he always acts like the will to live is really important to him. Every single decision he makes and a lot of what he says is related to him being the will to live module. Because that's what he is, right? He's a computer program to simulate the will to live. That's what he does. So, like, his name being relevant gets him points. I kind of want to put him next to Itemized Curiosities just because they look similar. I'm not sure he belongs there, though. Maybe he does. No, he's not above Cutie Una. He's above Norman Goodman. Will to Live. The Potato. His name is just the Potato. Not very inspired, but also he's a potato. Give him a break. He doesn't have a lot of brain power. Only a couple of volts. Probably like between the Mad Prophet and the Ringmaster, because at least the Mad Prophet has, you know, Prophet with an F going for him. Halo ODST, this is Donovan, the main character. Ordinary name, but it's a good name. But it's an ordinary name. goes with the other ordinary names. All of these ordinary names, it's like here to here. Put them in any order you like. I'm adding them to the end each time, but they can be in any order. You know, Penelope, Delancey, Maria, Tessa, Giorgio, Naomi, Jasper, Cora, Dominique, Pearl, and Donovan. Any order. And Paolo, the blind sniper, goes right next to his buddy. Not that he knows it. Possessed priest. This is Randolph Miller, the ghost, who would go on to possess many people after he invented possession, including Father Mark. But Randolph Miller is just a random name. I picked it because it sounded like a name of like a farmer from medieval times. But there's not like a secret joke or hidden meaning behind it like there is with some of these names. So, he goes in the ordinary name pile. And I move things around a bit to make that easier for me to do. I'll just put him here because that's where the space is. Father Mark. There is something that happens with this name. You know, in the video I make a Father Mark / Father Mark joke where he's like, oh, but you can call me Closer Mark. And then there's also Mark the Priest being used as like Markiplier. Where it's, hello everybody, my name is Mark the Priest, and welcome back to the 5 Nights from Freddy's Castle. So, his name is functional. You know, comparable to like Charlie Wood. I'd say between Hopeta Shelps and the Beta Frog. Thought Randolph Miller was a joke meaning Random Miller. It's never really established what he did, because the whole thing is, you know, I was thinking farmer when I named him. Actually, I wasn't even really. I think that's just something I've, after the fact, thought. I was just thinking, like, medieval character when I named him. But his whole thing is that, like, they don't even know how he died. They don't know anything. Except that he's the guy who invented possession as a ghost. Like, what he did in his life doesn't matter. All that matters is what he did in his death. And speaking of death, the Grim Sower. The Grim Sower is S or A tier. Like a random Miller. But, you know, he might not have even been a Miller. He might have been like a librarian. You know? The Grim Sower is a top tier name. It's used for a ton of jokes in the video. I think it's clever as like the Grim Reaper and the Grim Sower as like, you know, the other guy. And I think it's something, surprisingly, I think it's something that no one's ever done. At least from like a single Google search. You'd think the Grim Reaper / the Grim Sower would be far more common. But I've never seen it before. And then also like the fact that it's sewer, and it's a top tier name. A or S tier for certain. Irish, you say S? Why sewer, by the way? Well, there you go. It's because it's the reaper and the sower. You know, you reap what you sow. You sow the seeds and you reap the crop. But then it's spelled sewer and everyone thinks it's sewer, and his job is like being the sewer of the afterlife. Anyway. Irish, you say S. I might agree. It's difficult when it's the choice of like a funny name versus a cool name. Because Sally Grimm is an awesome name. And the Grim Sower is like a really funny name. I think if the Grim Sower is S tier, I have to move Sally Grimm up to S tier. I don't think it's fair for the Grim Sower to be S tier and Sally Grimm to be A tier. I think I'm going to do that. And I think Sally Grimm might even go in front, just because of how much I like the name for being cool. Again, even though there's more going on here, that's not always what wins the best name. Sometimes the best name is just the one I feel the most about. It's not just funny, it's layered. It is, but it doesn't, like... Sally Grimm just sounds right, you know? It has, like, a special extra thing going on. The Grim Reaper, that's not this character's actual name, so it's better than the ones where I didn't change the name. But it's like Sherlock Holmes and Watson, you know? I named the character that because that's literally who he is in the video. And so, like, yeah, it's not like an original name, but also it's not an original character. It's literally that character. He's literally the Grim Reaper. He's literally Sherlock Holmes. Inflatable Phil. Or Inflatable for short. Or Bill for double short. He gets points because that conversation is funny. I think it would have been funny if it was the Grim Sower. But then I wouldn't have the sewer joke. So. Inflatable Phil or Bill for short. Below Odd Bottler. Below Chimmaney. On one side of Bianca Berry. I'm not sure which side. Again, Bianca Berry makes my gums numb, like Chimmaney and Mary. I could do actually, dude, look, it's the numb gum crew. Look at that. I didn't even realize they were all in a row. I don't want to just, because I like Bianca Berry so much, put her here. But Bianca Berry is so fun to say. So is Mary. Is Mary above Inflatable Phil or Bill for short? Maybe. I think so. You think behind Chimney AM? I think Bianca Berry is just too fun to say. Like, my mouth enjoys it too much. The worst speech of all time. This is the General. He's not given a name, but also his whole thing is right at the start of the video, he loses his memory and has no idea what's going on. So it's acceptable that he doesn't have a name. It's not the same as, like, the other characters who don't have a name. You think the Grimsoe is your second favorite name of all? Variable Carrot being first? Yeah. It's hard to reconcile the sounds cool to say versus is clever / funny / functional / related to jokes. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if the Grimsewer was high. We might come back here. Anyway, the General, it's higher than the characters that don't have a name just because they don't have a name, because, you know, his is kind of with a bit of a purpose. I mean, obviously, people call him General, so they could call him, like, Dan, you know? But, it is still, like, kind of useful. He might just go bottom of C tier. Jennifer. This is her actual name in the game, and I didn't change it, because if I was changing it, it would just be to another random first name, and I don't like to do that unless there's a purpose. And it's not like anyone has associations with the name Jennifer of, like, you know, Ripley in Alien or Hugo Strange in Batman sort of associations. Or Harley Quinn in Batman, where it's like You know, if Dr. Justice was named Harley Quinn, there would be like a bit of a mental disconnect of how different the characters are. For Jennifer, it doesn't matter that she's not like the Jennifer in game. But it's still not an original name, and so it goes with... Where are the others like this? Down here. Which can move up to make space. I mean, not... Which isn't actually moving up in the rankings, just moving up in the physical space of it. Lieutenant Feftenant. So the kind of slightly amusing joke is, like English people say lieutenant instead of lieutenant. The better joke, and one I will definitely be using eventually, and I thought of it as I was making this video, like I knew this would be a better name, is Lieutenant Tennant, like David Tennant, the last name Tennant. Lieutenant Tennant is funny, and it's even funnier if it was like Lou Tennant, if it was like a man named Lou. I'll use that later. But the reason I went with Lieutenant Feftenant is because even though it's a slightly worse joke and a slightly worse name, this is funnier with the start of Feftenant than it is with the start of Tenant.
Yeah, it's good to see you as well.
Oh my god, are you Lieutenant...
Yeah, it's good to see you as well, Lieutenant.
The General and Jennifer kind of like trying to BS their way through pretending like he hasn't lost his memory. It's funny for her to be like, okay, look, I know this is the Lieutenant. Oh yeah, Lieutenant... Where it's like, I don't know your name, I think it starts with an F. You can't really do that with a T. You can't be like, Lieutenant... Like, that doesn't work. You could do like ta, but I think it's funnier with a sound you can actually hold. Anyway, Lieutenant Feftenant, nothing crazy. Above Trunk Chopper. Above Owen Lewis? Above Owen Lewis. Below Nicky Jackson. Hold on, I'll just... These three are... There we go. Honestly, Lou's a gender-neutral name. Is it? I guess I've never really met a Lou, but all I can think of is Lewis. I guess, like... Is Louisiana a name, or is that just a state in the United States? Spare the Rod. And this is actually the last video to list characters on, and then we're done listing all 148 names, minus the weird one from Pokemon I didn't recognize. Jack of all trade. I think Jack of all trade has to be S tier. Luann? Is that a real name? I don't think I've ever heard of a Luann. Jack of all trade probably has to be S tier, right? Not just because, Jack of all trade and Jack of all trades is like a little funny. If that was all that happened, that would be fine. But then the fact that, Ultraid became a place, and, the whole video, the whole 30-minute video he's in, and maybe some more, I don't know, stick around for a couple of months, there might be some, is, based on the idea of a city of Ultraid where everyone is average, and, I think it has to be S tier. Probably low S tier, because it's more about the influence of the name than the name itself as an individual entity. But it's still a factor. And I don't think it would be fair to rank Jack of all trade lower. Average Joe. I could have picked any picture of any person for this, but I decided to choose this one. Average Joe is cool. His name works. It's functional for its purpose, but it's nothing crazy as a name. Probably C. But where? Maybe below Owen Lewis. Below Trunk Chopper, below Peter Patter, above the Ghost of Stealing's Future. I think that's fair. Emily of Ultraid. You know? Jack of Ultraid's adopted daughter. Nothing crazy here. Her name in the game is Emily, but her name being Emily and not an Ultraid name like Average Joe, Jane Doe, John Smith, Jack of Ultraid, Fred Blogs, John Q. Public. Her having a normal name like Emily is relevant. I talked about it for like half an hour in the 2024 New Year's stream, so if you're super interested, you can see that. I love Spare the Rod. I did like a huge analysis on it, that stream. It's awesome. I love that video. So her name being Emily is like, it serves a purpose. And it also has like a mini joke of like, at the time, there were 3 different Emilys back to back in different videos all at once. And so I considered renaming her Anna, but then I was like, I considered renaming her Anna for the purpose of, because, you know, I talk about, if I'm changing a first name to a different first name, I try not to do it arbitrarily. I try to do it either because it's funny or serves a purpose or breaks the association. Here, I wanted it to break the association with Emily Moonsilver, who is somewhere. Where's Emily Moonsilver gone? Did I move her to A? No. Where's Emily Moonsilver? I swear she was in B, right? Oh, here. I wanted to rename her Anna to break the association with Emily Moonsilver, because in the actual game, they are the same person. In the actual game, this is her in Dishonored 1, and this is her in Dishonored 2 15 years later, right? But in my ones, Emily Moonsilver and Jack of Ultraid went to the University of Assassins together and graduated the same year. And then this is a little girl Jack of Ultraid adopts after graduating. So I wanted to name her Emily to break the association, but I wanted to name her Anna to break the association, but I ended up keeping her Emily because it was kind of funny to have 3 Emilys. And at the time, I thought it might be like a running joke I start, where I just like have a ton of, like, anytime I'm renaming a female character to something else with an ordinary female first name, I'd go with Emily, and it would be like a running joke on the Chimmaney channel that I do that. Haven't actually made an Emily since. I considered N, early on in the Pokemon series, I considered N being short for Enely as like a joke for that. I can tell you that because that's not the plan, and that hasn't been the plan since like episode 3. And even before then, it was just kind of a vague idea. It wasn't really a rough plan. And yeah, that's not happening. But it would have been funny if that was a running joke. Like, you know, imagine like there's 100 characters named Emily across Chimmaney videos, and then it's revealed that N is short for Enely. That would have been pretty funny. Anyway, so normal name, but serves purpose. So could go with the other normal names. Could go lower because I technically didn't change it. I think it goes with the ordinary names because, again, the benefits of not changing it, like, it wasn't just because of, like, changing one first name for another first name is pointless, and it's easier for viewers who've played the game to keep track of stuff if the names are the same. It was for better benefits. John Q. Public. The name for, like, often used in politics to mean, like, the average voter. You know, like, what would John Q. Public think about that bill you're trying to pass? And he's the mayor of Ultraid. So, name fits Ultraid and it fits his job in Ultraid. Because it's, like, politics-based. He goes... Where does he go? John Q. Public. Above stand deviation? Yes. Below troublemaker? Yes. Let's make some room here. Gonna be a tight fit, dude. Gonna be a tight fit, kid. That's 3. I think that's the right spot for him. Fred Blogs, another Ultraid name for, like, an average person. Joe Blogs is more common than Fred Blogs, but there are a lot of Joes. You know, there's Average Joe. There's Joe Schmo. Is there Joe Schmo? No. It's a... Joe... What is it? Hold on. Let me go to that scene real quick. Where's Spare the Rod? Here it is. When Jack of all trades introducing Emily to all his friends.
Emily, Jane Doe, Average Joe, John Smith, Joe Blow, Richard Rowe. You'll get along here.
Joe Blow and Average Joe, so I didn't want to make him Joe Blogs because there would be too many. And Fred Blogs is a legitimately commonly used alternative. It's just Joe Blogs is more common. So Fred Blogs, you know, good. I think it's probably comparable to John Q. Public. John Q. Public gets the points for being in office, though. Below stand deviation, below Evil Father Christmas, below Charlie Wood. Actually, I guess, again, there are a lot of good names, you know. You think, like, oh, it's close to this one, but then you realize how many other good names are close to that one. Between Pronto and Bam, I think, is a good place for him. Last name, last character to rank the name of... Ooh, how long have we been live? 5 hours! It's Jane Doe! Also from Ultraid. Probably just goes next to where I put Average Joe. Because, you know, this is really just like kind of similar thing. Where did I put Average Joe? Was it not C? Oh no, here he is. I thought his was more blue. I was looking for more blue. Average Joe has more jokes associated with him, though, where he's like, he looks average and people keep confusing him for other people's, and every time you see him, he is a completely different person. So I think he ranks above, and Jane Doe goes below Ghost of Stealing's Future. Ibratia's a cool name, but I think Jane Doe wins it. And there we go, just in time, because I, like, gotta leave in 20 minutes. But that was a good start. That was a good, like, first tier list. We got it out the way. I got to talk a lot about videos. I got to show you my pixel art process. That's brilliant. Here is the official, as of the 9th of February 2025, Chimmaney character name tier list. Wait, any tinkering in S tier? I won't tinker everywhere, but specifically S tier, I think we need to do some tinkering, because we added so few characters to this. You know, with A tier, we were constantly tinkering as we added things. B tier, C tier. Here, let's see. Buckwheat Grayson, number 1. Is that fair? I love the name Buckwheat. We're not ranking the character, we're ranking the name. I love the name Buckwheat. I think it's really fun having people say, like, hello, Buckwheat. Buckwheat, look out. It's just like a solid name, you know? It's kind of, it's no like frills, it's nothing fancy, it's not diamond studded, but it's just like a solid name, you know? It's not like grapes on the side of a fancy dinner, it's just like a good sandwich, like like a nice club sandwich. It's filling, it's good. The variable carrot is obviously awesome. Jack Maniac. I think Jack Maniac wins in terms of fun to say. I think Jack Maniac is the most fun to say name here. Chatterbox above Sally Grimm. Is that real? Chatterbox being a mech. He's a box, there's a mech. You go in the mech, he talks to you, he's a chatterbox. Chatterbox is just cool on its own as a name. Yeah. Sally Grimm for a Plague Doctor's awesome. Grim Sower, Jack of all trades. I think I'm okay with this. There might be more tinkering with like moving things around that could happen there, but I don't think this is a bad outcome. Okay, brilliant. We got that out the way. At some point in the future, this year, within probably 3 months, you know, at most, probably, you know, I don't know, we'll see what's going on, what workloads I'm busy with. There will be another stream where we will be doing tier lists and power scaling for like things that don't include literally every character in a Chimmaney video. You know, when it comes to who's the smartest, we're just going to put characters who are notably smart. We don't need to rank like the tea gardener on intelligence, or the handler on intelligence, or the little girl from Atlantis Must Drown on intelligence. For fighting, only characters who have notably fought, that we can like cite feats of and what they've fought. We don't need to know how Diana Fire would do against a trained assassin. He's a Mac and he's a cheddar box. Looks inside. Yeah, no, you look inside, it's Troublemaker. Yeah, so the next stream, I genuinely think the next stream we're going to do who's the fastest, who's the smartest, who's the best fighter, who would be the best friend, and like any other categories, I'll do like a community poll so people can suggest categories. I think we'll get through all of them in less time than this stream took. But for now, I'm going to end that there. Let me, I'll export that image so that I have it in my, like, official Chimmaney image library. Video tools, image library. And I'll just put best name V1. Because we might come back to this tier list in like 2 years when I have 2 years more worth of characters to figure out where they lie on it. So yeah, sometime in the future, we're going to do another tier list stream with more than just the name category, but I had to get that out the way, and I think it's good because I think the name category is the one that gives me the most opportunity to talk about the creative process of various videos, you know? When we're doing, like, who's the smartest, who's the fastest, who can win in a fight, we're just going to be talking about, like, what happens in the videos, you know? Like, oh, well, Jack of all trades was able to do this, you know? Emily Moonsilver got these grades. But I think the names gives me the opportunity. It's the category that lets me talk about the process of making the videos instead of what, like, actually happened in universe that the characters did in the videos. I think all of the other categories specialize in what the characters actually did rather than in Chimmaney making the characters and the videos. So it was really fun talking about that. Again, I think this is a really good vehicle for conversation and for sharing information I normally wouldn't get a chance to share. I hope you enjoyed. It was good. It was very active. I gotta go in like 18 minutes. yeah, that was a lot of fun. Catch you guys later. Hope you enjoyed. This was the last stream for February. In March, there'll be 2025 New Year's Part 2. And then shortly after, in some order, there'll be the other tier lists in one stream and Deltarune Chapter 2. I got a lot of cool videos coming up that I have planned and I'm working on. It's going to be really good. You'll probably enjoy Pokemon Black. Last stream and the stream before, I hit end stream and talked for a long time after the stream told me it ended, and I was still stopping talking before the VOD ended. So this time, I'm gonna narrate for a very long time so that the VOD ends before I stop talking. See you later, Iris. Glad you had a lot of fun. I click end stream. I click confirm. There's a long pause. Stream finished pops up, and I'm still talking.